7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, we've got a Jim Dandy for you today.
What do we have?
Jackson Burkett with your Stiefel dossier.
Okay.
I mean, a lot to talk about in the world of sport as it pertains to yesterday, and then taking a look at what's going on today with college hoops. At 9 o'clock, we'll talk with the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com, about Missouri's W last night and their opponent tonight. That's the Florida Gators. At 9:30, we'll talk it over with the one and only Joey Vitale, see what he has to say about that Blues-Penguins
He was
game.
on the trip, Madden.
I noticed that. Missed the big Cali trip. Big mistake.
Yeah, doesn't go to California, but he goes back to see his fans in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah. He's probably signed a few things. I don't know if you know, he's friends with Sid Crosby.
Oh, wow. Love that.
I've heard that, yeah.
And then at 10 o'clock, number 18 in your program, number 1 in your hearts, Robert Thomas will be on the program.
Gosh.
What if they spent the night I feel like they spent the night in Pittsburgh. I don't know.
We like logistics talk.
I do.
I do, too.
We're going to find out because Joey Vitale's on the trip along with number 18. Doug, your optimism is inspiring when it comes to the St. Louis Blues. Thoughts on leaving a 2-foot putt out there against one of the league's lower-tier teams in Pittsburgh?
Well, we sure played a doggone good first period, even though they outscored us 1-0. The ice was tilted in our favor. Just couldn't get one past him. Oh, that hurt. Well, still 16 points out there. If we can just get hotter, we can still win this baby. But that was a crushing defeat. The Penguins aren't a very good team. Blues had all kinds of chances. That may be the one we look at and say, well, that's kind of where it fizzled out.
And if you lose in Minnesota, I'm going to declare Saturday a must-win, Doug. I think it's time.
That is the first declaration of must-win.
It's a must-win after what happened in Pittsburgh. You cannot lose 3 in a row at this point. Granted, one was you got a point out of it. No, that was deflating. I was listening to the radio end of the first period, and Vitale said fans were booing. And I'm like, the Penguins were leading 1-0, but it was that dominant a performance by the Blues. He said fans were booing, and they were winning the game. It's not a typical Penguins team where they're in first or second place. That was a winnable game and a stretch where you have to win games. Tim, if they go to Minnesota and win, you can live a little bit with the Pittsburgh.
Right back in this, baby.
A little bit, but you lose in Minnesota. I might have to pull a Houston Chronicle who declared the season dead in 04, and then they put it on the wall, and the Astros came roaring back. Remember that?
I did not know that anecdote.
No, they used the Chronicle as, it might have been our guy, Jose Ortiz.
Soft hands.
Sorry?
He did an interview with me, Doug, and Charlie.
It's still
TMA, and we asked 2 questions, and somehow he was able to talk for 45 minutes, and he talked about how soft his hands were. So, didn't ask about it, but good to know.
Well, maybe it was just.
I thought you enjoyed a gentleman with strong hands.
Maybe he was just kind of.
Maybe that's how.
That could have been the question that I asked.
That's how it came up.
Tingling the keyboards. Anyway, the Houston Chronicle declared them dead, and then the Astros said, oh, yeah, we'll show you. So maybe if they lose Saturday, Doug, and I declare the season over, then I will be the one to inspire. It wouldn't be Butch Patrick, it'll be me.
Okay.
But you got to win that game soon. Do you disagree, though, that that's a massive game now because of what happened?
You need to talk to Doug because I've already pressed eject. The percentage of going to the playoffs was at 4%. According to the Tam Avenue Capital Partners algorithm. And the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are known for sick return on investment.
Is it different from the Vaughn Index?
Well, I guess a little different. I think we knew they weren't going to win every game the rest of the year. They weren't going to. They weren't going to promo. They weren't going to reel off 18.
Wow, I thought we were the rights holders.
No,
Doug's in his bag.
So this was just one of those that they weren't going to win.
Okay.
I wouldn't give up.
Wow,
I wouldn't.
Still doesn't give it
They're
up.
still just 2 points down.
Bill's Holes is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he is not happy about talking about the Blues. I'm ready for it not to be hockey season anymore. At this point, I'd take Redbirds talk.
Okay, stop it.
Wow. Hey, they got 3 hits yesterday.
Yeah, so that'll be the next topic. Here's what Jim Montgomery had to say following a disappointing one in Pittsburgh.
Well, we'd like, to have more screens, tips, and rebounds. That being said, we dominated territorially, made a lot of plays. We just didn't connect sometimes real crisp with our passing to be able to get shooting off the pass. We had to collect pucks too much.
Yeah, I noticed that. They had a couple of good, glorious scoring chances.
Yes, I love glorious scoring
And
opportunities.
didn't shoot the puck. Neighbors
Were you at your home going,
shoot? Yeah, absolutely. Neighbors especially had 2 different occasions where he had a really good shot and tried to pass, and the pass didn't click, and they got nothing out of it. Could have been better. Could have been a lot better. Bennington got pulled. Haven't seen that. in a
Yeah,
while.
how about that?
Yeah.
Monty says they were trying to use it as a timeout. But I also think he was just kind of like, I don't know, let's get him out of here. It's not going well. And I like in hockey how you don't critique the goalie. If you're an analyst or any media type, you say, he probably wishes he had that one back. He probably wishes he had played better. So instead of me saying, Doug, well, he sucked last night, I just say, he probably wishes he would have played better.
It is code,
It's kind of a
and
thing.
I enjoy it.
And you don't really have to call out the goalie. You put it back on him and say, he would have preferred to play better. But he was a disappointment.
And if not that, you say, well, he had no chance on that one. No chance whatsoever on that one.
That's correct.
I think based on, if you go back and listen to the Curbside, which has added music, Tim, little theatrical music
I'm a
underneath.
Curbside Lemming.
I think that both Joey Vitale and Chris Kerber were saying it was a bad game by Bennington, and it was a bad night for him to have a bad game.
They absolutely were saying that, without question. I don't know if it makes fans feel better. I can't imagine, considering the set of circumstances with, being one of the 4 teams essentially, most likely, playing for the one playoff spot, that overall they continue to play well. And the observation that Vitale and Kerber were making on Curbside, Martin and I, loyal lemmings of it, was that they're able to roll the 4 lines. I don't want to I'm not making the comparison to 2019, but the thing about 2019 is they were able to roll 4 lines, and it was relentless, talking about how Matthew Tkachuk made that observation for his Florida Panthers team when they won the Cup. But the other side of it is, when you're doing that and you're playing a bad team and you don't win it, to me that makes it incredibly more difficult, because you're at a point where, when you got the schedule that you got, you have to capitalize. When you got the standings where they are, you have to capitalize. You can't afford to lose that game, and they did. So it's a momentum killer. And as Vitale was saying, and he'll be with us at 9:30, if you look at this weekend, again, 3 games in 4 days after not playing on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, back to 3 games in 4 days, just like out in California. If there was a game you were thinking, okay, they might have a tough time winning this one, it would be the Saturday game against Minnesota. Well, now, this coming weekend, you got to go 2-0. And that's just the way that it is, considering the set of circumstances for that 8 spots. One thing if you're going up against one other team, but when there's 3 other teams in the mix, that changes the arithmetic.
Tim, I might relabel it a must-win weekend. Instead of a
must-win. Both games. 4
I
points.
just
4
decided,
points.
Doug, it's a must-win weekend.
Oh, this club could catch fire.
Well, I need him to win both Saturday and Sunday.
Did you see
no
that
exception.
play by Torpchenko?
Going coast to coast.
Yes.
He's actually been trending up.
yeah, he
Boulder's
is.
trending up.
Yes, in a major way. There.
Right. That's one of the best plays we've seen of the year. I just hate to ever.
Well, you don't have to give
Fold
up.
up,
Well, you
fold
don't
up
have to,
and
but
say,
we're not. No.
Yeah. It's like
Daddy Padre, I guess he's at the morning skate. We'll find out if that's in
shouldn't
Pittsburgh
be.
or Minnesota, but he's texting in from the room, and he says they can blame Binner all they want. He also completely bailed them out in L.A. That's from Daddy Padre.
It does even out. That's true. But you can still say a goalie had a bad game. We don't have to have a caveat to all of it.
Yeah.
That's Daddy Padre sticking up for his
goal.
teammates.
I would say
He's
that's
not
an
a teammate.
E-bug sticking up for a G, okay?
But he's not a teammate. He's just a
an e-bug.
vending machine salesman, I think.
there is anger in the text inbox. Now, Doug, that's been going on for a couple of decades. The difference about this anger is it's about something that I'm not aware of, and that is they say somebody's crinkling candy wrappers into the microphone.
All right, I might have been guilty. I had some gum over here.
Okay, I was
and
like, I
but
don't
these
think anybody's
mics are
eating
better than
candy.
I thought.
So what are you doing?
I had
you
some
are
extra gum.
crinkling things in.
Well, earlier I was trying to quietly open my extra gum here. I wanted to have it prepared on the dais. If anyone would like a slice of extra gum, and
You call it
apparently
a slice of gum, Doug? I think you're not going to like that.
Well, I usually call it a piece of gum.
piece of gum.
So do you want to yell at Martin or anything?
Okay.
Well, I wasn't going to give you the
Let's use
full
the proper
piece. It's kind of
vernacular.
like Chris Rock and one rib. I was going to give you a slice of a piece.
Okay.
I was not going to offer you a full piece of gum.
We can't chew gum on the air. Do you have gum in your mouth on the air?
Sometimes, yeah.
Is that right, really?
Yeah.
You don't notice it.
You can text in your anger, 314-399-96.
Was it this? It's kind of I can use
Now I recognize that.
Actually, I can use this when Doug needs to kill time instead of the little gerbil noise.
Yes.
I'll go.
Keep that handy.
This is kind of, we have sound of, like that guy in Police Academy. There you go.
You can also call in. Chairman Kurt's standing by. Doug loves phone calls on Fridays.
I don't mind them.
And the number is 314-974-0101. What do we got? It says Barge Drunkard on line 1.
Oh, yeah, the new name.
Well, good morning, Barge Drunkard.
Well, I would prefer it be Barge Dad. I thought that's what we decided.
Chairman Kurt, how would you like to address this issue?
It's too late. I can't go back and change it.
Okay. Done and done.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can't correct that as we move forward.
All right.
I like moving forward, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Well, we're fine. You?
I'm on spring break with my Jackson, so we're doing great.
Where are you?
Well, we're in Festus. That's where we live.
Hot
Not by
bed
the
of
festival.
tourism activity.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, we're on the condensed spring break. Get this. So you want to talk about things that you get confused about. So we had so many snow days. Festus School District went to Thursday, Friday, Monday. There's your spring break.
Oh, they shortened the old break.
Which is kind of cool. It's better than going through the summer and adding extra days at the end of the year. So
Yeah.
I
But
kind of get it.
What if you and the boy were headed to the Cayman Islands and now they just pull the rug out from under you?
You know, if I had that kind of money, I probably wouldn't be living in Festus.
Oh, wow. That's out of nowhere. That was no
I think we might just have a Mr. Licks Festus agreement.
Wow. What,
Here's the book.
you guys going to go hit some golf balls? What do you got?
Yeah, so we got him a bike this week.
Nice.
And he's a 6-year-old. So we got him a bike, and he's riding it with the training wheels, and we took it off, and he's now riding without the training wheels, and he's off to the races. And here's what I realized. I quickly realized, oh, crap, I need a bike, too, to keep up with him. So now I'm buying a bike today,
yeah. Okay.
which, you know, the last time I rode a bike was 16 until I got a driver's license.
Oh.
I said, well, we got a car. We don't need a bike.
It's true. Don't forget the helmet. Don't forget the helmet and the safety gear.
I bought him a helmet. Here's another funny thing. All right, so I'm 57. I bought him a helmet yesterday, and he said, I need elbow and knee pads. And I went, no, you don't. Well, Daddy, what if
tough
I
love.
fall?
Yeah.
Well, you'll learn not to do that again.
Right, but the helmet you're going to need, right?
Yeah.
He's got the helmet,
Okay.
bikes and everything. It's beautiful. He loves it, and it matches his bike. So,
Barge Dad, were you working last night?
actually, my last night was Wednesday, so
Okay.
I'm off till Tuesday morning.
Oh, good for you. Shutting her down.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
You ever
So,
been on a
yeah,
barge? You ever been on a barge that busts loose? We get occasionally that's a news story, Doug. You guys probably
Yeah.
do it over Channel 4 where the
Sure.
barge is loose.
It has happened once. I've been involved in 2 breakaways, is what we call them. One was a single barge, which isn't very difficult. You know, I mean, we just catch it with, you know, big ropes and then wires and cables. But we had a 12 barge breakaway once where 3 tugboats had to get under it and slow it down and stop it, and then at the same time then push it back up to where we could secure it. But no, it does happen.
And what exactly do you do most of the time when you're on a barge? I mean, you don't have to move the freight around or anything, do you? What are you doing?
Absolutely. Yes, we do.
While it's
Doug.
going up the river?
No, I'm not. Blind boats move them up and down from like Minnesota down to New Orleans. That's the
that,
bigger
Doug.
boats.
Okay.
What we do here in St. Louis is we put all the barges together for the bigger boats to come take them and move them up and down the river.
Oh.
So we're putting 12 to 36 barges together to go either way.
And by putting them together, you mean you're putting the freight on the barges?
Jackson's
No, we're not putting the
communicating
stuff
with
on the
us.
barges. We're putting the barges together.
What does
Over
that
on
mean,
the
putting them
Illinois
together?
side,
What does it mean, putting them
it
together?
means big, huge wires going around metal connectors that then connect the barges, butting them up, and then putting them side by side and making a huge barge tow.
Okay.
So you kind of connect them together.
I got
Doug.
one
I
final
guess.
question, then we got to let you go. We're up against a hard traffic and weather update. But Sharon in Clayton, and this is probably the first time she's had a chance to communicate with someone from Festus, but she texted in, wait, did Barge Dad just say he's 57 or 67 and has a 6-year-old? Wow, you guys going to just let that nugget pass by? Sharon and Clayton not happy with us and then not happy with your age, Barge Dad. Can you clarify for Sharon and Clayton? And did I just hear you have a guttural moan on the air?
I thought it was Jackson's drop.
All right, Sharon, I'm 57, and I have a 6-year-old.
I was going to ask about that. I actually was going to.
You and Sharon and Clayton.
I was going to make like a Tony Randall joke, and I thought, nah, let it go. It's fine.
He was like 80. I mean, come on.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's hard to keep up with the little guy.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah,
but,
that's all you can do.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's what the
barge
booze is
work
for.
keeps me young.
Yeah.
And he keeps me young.
I bet he does.
Barge Dad, enjoy your spring break in Festus.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a great day.
There he is.
All right, thank you, Bargy.
Dad, he is going to file a grievance with Chairman Kurt for calling him the barge drunkard.
Yeah.
But he is spending his spring break with his young tyke, who is on training wheels, Doug.
Okay.
I was going to bring up, wow, you're 51 when he was born. Now, I was in my 40s when Carson was born, so I don't really want to be throwing rocks.
But when in
Tony
your
Randall-
40s, you're probably still the older dad when you go to Little League games and schools and things like that. Yeah.
I'm in that spot, brother.
yeah?
I'm in that spot.
And then all the other parents are 10 years younger. And you're like, hey, how you doing? And remember that one time on Cheers? I'm sorry, what? And you're like, never mind.
Boy, they're not happy in the...
For a multitude.
I got to tell you, I kind of agree with him in this rare instance.
For a multitude.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood says, F that. Sounds like Barge Dad's sperm had a breakaway. That's from Sean Sticky Sock. Arbor Day, Doug, as you know, won Texter of the Year each of the last 2 years. And he says, sweet Lord, this is like career day at Vianney. Move it along. That's what goes on in career day at Vianney?
I don't think they have a lot of barge captains coming out of Vianney. I just wanted, it seems like if you're on a barge, you sit there on the barge, it goes up and down the river. Is there anything to do really while it's floating up and down the river? But he's connecting them before they go up and down the river.
Get this mother effer off the air. It's from the 314. Jackson, let me see who it is. The Bridgeton, Doug, is it the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer? In the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is furious that the lead was not college basketball. Do you think the lead should have been college basketball? Not through your lens. Not through your lens, but the lens of what are the people in the audience most interested in?
I think given the context of the loss and where we are at with the season in the Blues, that it was important to touch on that first.
Touch on that.
So
notice a touch on that.
So here's what I'll say. You lead with the Blues, but you give more time to college hoops.
That's true. So you're placating in a sense.
I think that's a nice assessment.
Yeah, you placate that crowd, and then you move forward.
Yeah,
It's
but
kinda-
placate kind of has like a...
Yeah, but I think that's how you meant it. I think that might have been how you meant it.
Well, that's why you said touch on. That's a nice read, Martin.
I think you were placating.
He's got king queen.
It's you got to know your
over the
audience,
top,
right?
he's folding.
So 106.5 The Arch. If Katrina and the Waves are getting back together, you lead with it. You don't talk about the Blues. If Sammy Hagar's got some new tequila coming out, Keishi, that's their lead.
Man.
101 Blues lead, and then you go, okay, moving on. But I actually think all of those are secondary to the fact that Jackson shaved his mustache. I mean, are we not?
That's the lead.
Are we not gonna?
Unbelievable. What a treat if you're in the YouTube chat. Jackson, can you zoom in your camera? Do you have Scorsese-esque powers?
Not on that camera, unfortunately.
What a bad beat.
Yeah, it stinks.
What was that like when those little tufts fell into the sink?
Yeah, it was a tumultuous 18 seconds.
Tumultuous.
And one could say if you're in the wrong or right lighting, you would have never noticed it was there. Or that
You
it's
have
gone.
transparent shrubs?
It takes some good angle work. And some lighting. My whole life is trying to find the right lighting. Yeah. And that mustache would certainly fall into that category. But yes, basically in solidarity with Mark Mitchell cutting his hair, I said if he's going to cut off his braids, I can cut off my weak little Vianney mustache.
And one is more noticeable than the other.
Well, I would say
that there was a
I would
change.
say, but I think both show dedication to the squad.
I think you look
agree with
better
that.
today. You look cleaned up a little bit. I think it's a good look.
Do you feel better without the mustache?
It's I can't really describe what it's like, but the few people I've seen since I've shaved it, they're like, "Oh, thank God!" Like it's so much better. I was like, "But you guys said it wasn't that bad when I had it on." You know, I was like, "Well, what happened?" Yeah. I figured it was. I just, I wanted to try something.
It's the old you broke up with your girlfriend. Oh, God, I never liked her. And then a week later, you're back together.
Exactly what it is. It's
Didn't mean it.
exactly.
It was off the cuff.
It's exactly what it is. Well, locally, whereas the Blues lost a game they should have won, college basketball, the Billikens, little tight there down the stretch, fell behind against Davidson, and then they mounted a Sunday charge and put them away to advance to today's game. And Doug, you said it was called Loyola Kai?
That's what I heard on Channel 2 last night.
Martin, you called it Loyola
It
Kai?
wasn't Martin, no. It was another fellow.
Oh, my. Are
He
you
said
serious?
next up is they play Loyola Kai. And I said,
Are you serious?
Did he say Loyola Chai? Or is he just shortening Chicago?
So it's like Chi-Town.
Was this on? It literally was on the
Yeah.
2 Fox last night. I was home in the evening last night.
You're going to have to put your finger in somebody's
Was
chest
it the
today?
Sportscast?
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my.
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up. That's not what he said.
Did he? Maybe he was thinking
up
it
to
was
play.
my kind of town?
I
Is
thought
that
it
what
was
he-
just kind of a snazzy little nickname for Loyola Chicago.
What was that show, Cobra Kai? Now we
Cobra
got
Kai.
Loyola
Was this
Kai.
Charlie last night?
No.
Was he anchor?
No,
Was it Dan Issa?
it wasn't Dan Issa.
Stu Kleitenic.
No,
Stu
I
Kleitenic.
don't-
Doug, he had long arms, and he would
He did,
grab
and he'd point. He'd reach right in. It's like 3D TV. He'd reach right to the camera. You thought his arms were coming right into your living room.
Mike Caruso still calls me Stu, just to kind of put me in my place.
As in, you are replacing
Yes.
Stu Kleitenic, and you never will be Stu Kleitenic. Billikens win. They advance. They take on Loyola Kai, Illinois.
God, now I got to look into that.
Illinois. Doug, did they put the nail in the coffin for Fred McCaffrey in Iowa?
Gosh, I don't know. Probably not. Iowa's had some good seasons, not this year, but in the past they've been pretty good.
Jackson, you think Fred McCaffrey has been vanquished by Bruce Underwood?
It's tough. That's a tough call.
Either way, Illinois advances to take on Maryland. It's Scott Vedpelt's team and then Missouri. Mississippi State. No Bork Mitchell in the second half. Does not matter. The Tigers advance to take on the Gators at 6 p.m. this evening in Nashville.
Okay.
And with that, Joe Lenardi has just updated his bracketology. Missouri no longer a 7 taking on Baylor. Matter of fact, they're a 7 taking on Utah State. And that brings us back to 2023 when Jackson was doing his live stream and pumping his fist as Missouri defeated the Aggies in a first round of the tournament before falling to the 1 seed Princeton.
Okay.
1 seed. 1 plus 5.
Princeton was the 1 seed.
Nah.
They're coming out of the Ivy League. They were the top seed in the
Yeah,
Ivy League.
they won the Ivy League for sure.
Mizzou looked very good last night, but it's hard for me to get too excited about it because they're in the tournament anyway. No matter what happens, they're in, and you just risk. You saw what happened to Cooper Flagg last night.
Oh,
with
my
Duke.
God,
Just
that's
wipes
brutal.
out Duke's chances if he can't play. So the big thing for Mizzou,
I wouldn't say that.
for Mizzou, is just they'll never win without him.
I don't think that's true at all.
Boy, I do.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Duke is number 1 for more than just Cooper Flagg. They're loaded. But I agree
He's the
that
best player they've got.
no
too.
doubt, but they still have as good a chance as any of the 1 or 2 seeds outside of Auburn.
I wouldn't think.
Even
I
without
think you're
Flagg.
bat crap crazy.
Even without Flagg, they're loaded.
But it's a huge blow.
Oh, it's obviously a huge blow, but it's not broken, and he's X-rays came back
No.
negative.
What Doug was saying was that if he is out,
Yeah, I still think that they have a chance of.
you put them up there with the other 1s and 2 seeds.
if he does not
if he
return,
does not
you're still
return.
saying that.
Yeah, I think they still have as good.
This
a
guy's
chance.
bat crap crazy now
I
that he's
think so.
27.
But
Grow the mustache back.
The point I was making is the important thing is to get through this conference tournament without losing your top players to injury. That's it's different for SLU. SLU needs to go hard and try to win the whole thing.
Yes.
Mizzou doesn't. Mizzou just needs to stay healthy.
Yeah, I got to tell you, watching St. Louis University, it has a little different feel. Now, Missouri's situation as opposed to Illinois' situation was different because of Missouri's losing streak, and you wanted to see how they'd respond. And I thought 2 things that hadn't been there the last couple of weeks were there and super encouraging. Defense And Tamar Bates, I mean, holy crap, that was outstanding. The Mark Mitchell situation's concerning. I was listening to the Colonel's postgame show. Martin and I had a big podcast morning, Curbside podcast and the Colonel's postgame show. And Gabe will be with us at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. And he says he does not expect them to play Mark Mitchell tonight, not because he necessarily has a severe injury, but because the game doesn't matter. What a weird spot. You're in the quarterfinals of the SEC tournament, a conference that most likely now, according to Lenardi, is going to get 14 teams in, which will break the previous record of 11 for a conference for the 2011 Big East. With Texas beating A&M yesterday in double overtime, he thinks Texas is the last team in. And so you're in the quarterfinals. He says the game doesn't matter because Missouri's probably a 6 seed, and just beating Florida doesn't get them to a 5. And being a 6 seed versus a 5, not that big of a deal because... And in a way, you can make a case it might be better because you're playing a 3 seed as opposed to a 2 seed. So anyway, point being, he doesn't think they're going to see Mark Mitchell tonight. I don't know. But Mark Mitchell didn't play in the second half. He wasn't on the bench with a wrap or ice on his knee. He just was on the bench. So from that standpoint, it's encouraging. But it goes back to what's the priority? The priority is next Thursday or Friday. The priority isn't to win today, strangely enough. But for the Billikens, I'll be watching that with a totally different mindset. Billikens can make a run.
And they just hammered Loyola by, 2 weeks ago? So you could beat Loyola, Kai.
That's correct.
But you do worry a little bit about the bench yesterday. Max Picard played 1 minute.
Nice.
Dylan Warlick played 4 minutes. And then Amari McCautry, who's been a real find, the freshman, was 5 for 5 from the field, but he had 19 minutes off the bench. That means every other guy was playing 30-plus minutes. Robbie Avila played 38. Jimerson. So you worry about them a little bit. Endurance, I think they can get past Loyola. Then I would see what kind of steam they'd have left on Saturday.
But then the question becomes the motivation of who they would face on Saturday. SEC tournament, I mean, it's a shame that there isn't more at stake because, my God, I mean, you've got Kentucky playing Roll Tide. You got Missouri and Florida. Florida's only home loss this year was against Missouri. Florida, I think, in a different spot now, Jackson. Would you agree with that versus when Missouri went in there?
They're better.
They're better. And then at the top half of the bracket, you got War Eagle going up against Ole Miss. And who am I leaving out here in the SEC tournament? The second game today. I think War Eagle and Ole Miss.
Kentucky in there?
Kentucky's in Alabama. This is the last game. And it'll be Texas against Tennessee. I mean, those are just outstanding.
Yeah, Texas really needs to win that game, too.
Joe Lenardi has them in.
Yeah, winning over Tennessee stamps
What if the Billikens take Texas's spot? Think about it, Doug.
Well, okay.
If you're in the SEC and you don't make the NCAA tournament, you go, what the hell did we do wrong? I mean, almost everybody is getting in.
One of the downsides of having a conference that's so powerful is that the tournament is meaningless for all but a couple teams.
I totally, logistically agree with everything that has been said. But when the ball gets tipped up, they're still trying to go 100%. They want to win. And especially for a team like Missouri that is in need of some confidence, I get the risk of injury is out there, and it's really dumb to get hurt in a conference tournament game. But for a decent amount of these guys, they don't have many super high-level basketball games left in their careers, and they're not going to want to squander it.
You know, once you get out there to play, you play, usually. But this also gives them a chance maybe to get a little bit more playing time for the guys who are 7, 8, 9 on the roster. So if you're going to need them in an NCAA tournament game,
I think that's a really good point.
They got a little something else.
I think it's a really good point.
Do you agree, don't play Mitchell tonight? I would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, if he's obviously, I don't know how he's feeling, but if he's not 100% and 100%, then yes, I don't think there's any reason. So you go all
out, and the guys that I understand what you're saying. Once you suit up, balls tipped, you're all in. You're not half-assing it. You're going all in. But I would think Mitchell, if it gets him better for next week, I definitely would sit him.
There's no reason to play a guy who's not 100% healthy.
And you can win a game when Caleb Grill goes 1 for 8.
Yeah,
That's a good thing.
Especially when you beat Mississippi State on the road when Caleb Grill was unconscious.
Strap-on number 18 is not happy. That's the 18th strap-on. The game matters because teams want hardware. This is such a lame journalist take. Players care about the games. Dorks who got cut for freshman sports don't understand that.
Okay,
that's from strap-on 18.
Stop at 18.
It was directed right at me.
I mean, like you said, like the logistics make total sense why you wouldn't, especially with the SEC this year. It's watching all those games yesterday. I was like, all these guys are going as hard as they can.
Right, I understand that. I don't think anybody would dispute that.
It's probably the coach that has to pull back a little bit.
100, agree.
All right, let me put it to you this way. Let's see if we can agree with this. Jackson and the 18th strap-on. If today Missouri was playing its second-round NCAA tournament game, would we debate whether or not Mark Mitchell was playing?
No.
Okay, that's all. That's all. Meryl Streep, Devil Wears Prada. Anne Hathaway.
I don't know.
Emily Blunt.
Get on that.
Stanley Tucci. Emily Blunt.
Yeah.
And then Stanley Tucci started doing the food show.
Yeah,
Did he
Jackson loves that.
slid in there for our poor guy who...
Oh, Anthony Bourdain.
Didn't he kind of steal that vibe?
He cucked somebody, too. Yeah, he cucked somebody real good.
He's married to Emily Blunt's sister.
I think that's her ex-husband, I think, is the one who's on the receiving end of said cuckoldry.
Oh, gosh, poor fella.
Yeah.
Stanley, if you were to have someone make you a cuckold, Stanley Tucci be top 5 draft pick.
New promo.
Mount Rushmore cuckold.
Yeah, like guys, you'd be just like, what are you
Tip your
gonna?
hat.
It's like if Beltran were to hit that Wainwright 12-6 curveball, you would just tip your cap.
Yeah, I guess I see what you're saying.
You did the best you can.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping it. Best
Why?
player in the
Because
league.
he's such a
I mean,
stud in your mind? That's what you're
Or
saying?
that you would have the same taste in women. Look, we're both after the same gal.
I don't know what it is, but he has it.
I don't like the little round glasses, though. I don't like the
Little dandy?
I just don't like those little glasses, the little circle glasses. He's kind of got a Paul Schaefer vibe. I know what you're saying. He's a fun guy. He's a great actor.
He dresses well.
But I don't have him in my top 5 for cuckold. Sorry.
That's fair. That's the beauty of it. Is everyone can have their own top 5.
Joe Buck mentioned this yesterday, and he said a guy, the news and sports guy, carries around famously his list of pallbearers. Did you hear when Joe was saying that?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Famously, Bryant Gumbel.
Oh, really?
Really?
And he obviously told people, because it's become a thing, and I don't know if he still does it, but that he always had a list of who his pallbearers would be, and he carried it around with him. And I don't know if it's like your power.
Did you know that when Joe was telling that story? You did? Okay.
And I forget why it didn't come up again, or I didn't interject, but that was Bryant Gumbel, and I thought, is that like a power ranking of your friends? Or is it like who you're sideways with? You're no longer a pallbearer. That's it. You're out. It's sort of a weird deal. I'm going to Google it right now.
Like you can hold it. Do you have yours lined up?
I do not.
No, I don't either. Probably should. How many does it take? 6 or 8?
That's a great question.
Because they're heavy. I've been a pallbearer a few times. They are heavy, those caskets.
Ryan Gumbel is 76.
Yeah, well, you probably ought to put a list together.
Pallbearer. There's all these things that are out there, like Jim Nance likes toast burnt. Did you know that, Doug?
I did not know that.
I got to tell you, you are
didn't know
really
that?
dropping knowledge here.
Why would you want ashes on your toast?
It's a thing with Jim Nance. I'm just telling you.
But that's a difficult dining experience, but I don't want to kink shame because the show has never
No,
done
I will.
that.
I'm happy to kink shame.
Oh, that is, Martin, do you have any other fun facts? I mean, you're just firing bullets here. This is intriguing to me.
Still trying to
Nance
think
likes
of.
burnt toast. That's our big story.
That's our lead. What is Mark Milton like, Doug?
He likes taxes and he likes helping
He likes
people.
the Billikens.
He loves the Billikens.
Mr. Billiken, yeah. But he's not Mr. IRS. He'll fight against the IRS for it. If you have any kind of problem with the IRS, maybe unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, maybe even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you got a real issue on your hand. But Mark Milton can take on the godforsaken tax man for you. Contact him at STL Tax Lawyer. STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best in the entire country in taking on the IRS. He now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their problems. So if you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Sports Illustrated, 1988. Profile on Bryant Gumbel, how he's always prepared. Okay, and Bryant Gumbel said, I don't want to wait until something happens to see who my friends are. Or maybe I just don't want to be the guy who, when he dies, they can't find 6 guys to carry his coffin. Maybe this is a way to be sure I have 6. So he carries around a list.
Now, does he tell these people that they're on the list?
That they've been recruited. Hey, you may want to start working out. You're on the list. Carries around a list. I don't know if he still does, but he told Sports Illustrated back then that was part of his preparedness.
How did we get into that topic with Joe yesterday?
How do we get into anything?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. It's always tough, the origin story of our topics.
It's a tough one.
Usually the pallbearers are family members, though, or sons or
Okay.
brothers.
I typed in Jim Nance burnt, and then it went to toast, and then USA Today. Here's why Jim Nance carries around a photo of burnt toast.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Now I'm trying to see, because some of these you got these paywall. The Masters is right around the corner. We all know what that means. Time for another Jim Nance story. This is from Nesson in 2016. It's always good to attribute. The longtime CBS announcer and future work partner of Tony Romo, set to host the network's.
Doug did not like that.
Oh, sorry.
There it is. Yes.
It's quite bizarre, too. Nance carries a picture of burnt toast in his wallet everywhere he goes. We know what you're thinking. This is some grand metaphor for a time he got burned as a young broadcaster. Nope. Turns out his reasoning is pretty practical, if a bit strange. Nance said, I'm a breakfast guy. 3 eggs scrambled, bacon and wheat toast. Burnt. The problem is, it never came back burnt. For years, it would arrive limp and tan, which, when they bring the breakfast, brings it all to a standstill. So I had to send the toast back. It was costing me 10 minutes a day, which multiplied by 6 days a week is 4 hours a month, 48 hours, 2 full days per year. My friends, time is currency.
Oh,
I agree with that.
My wife, Courtney, got tired of hearing me complain about it. She found a photograph on the internet of a kitchen toaster ejecting 2 slices of burnt toast. She minimized it, printed it, had it laminated. She insisted I put it in my wallet. When I order, I present the photo to my server. I get some strange looks, but I can assure you the toast now arrives black and scary, just the way I like it.
Gosh, that just sounds horrible.
It doesn't sound good,
I can
but I
see
enjoyed the story.
Well done and crisp is one thing, but burnt is another.
Harrison's brother Master has turned his attention to Martin. He is not happy with you now. Hey, Martin, stop talking about toast. You're embarrassing yourself and the show. That's from Harrison's brother Master. Usually he's unhappy with Jackson. I got to tell you, this is a brief aside. If you're watching on YouTube, Jackson is staring at the Blues replay of the Penguins game with great interest. What the hell's going on with you?
I was just taking a look. It's not a testament to Martin's story.
Wow. You're aligned with Harrison's brother Master.
I don't think that's the case.
No.
This is awful. I'm out, Harris. I encourage you to be out. Let's sit this one out today,
Well,
Harrison.
when everything
Brother.
he says is negative, it kind of doesn't have the same ring to it.
I enjoyed the toast story.
I love the story. Thank you, Martin. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood.
Thank
He was
you.
the 2023 Listener of the Year. So that's a big endorsement.
Thank you,
to get.
Steve. Thank you, Steve.
You can send in your texts of hatred at 314-399-9646. Then there's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat. That's just 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's a beautiful morning in St. Louis. If you're going to be out enjoying the day today, before the weather hits tonight, enjoy a round of golf with your friends with Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. You can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming your way at 10:50 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, we're approaching the halfway point of the month of March. JV golf coach and self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom at the top of the standings. No Buck Swope.
Well, he's come close a few times.
He's playing well. It wouldn't surprise me if he were to win the month, but he's going to have to start converting some of these opportunities. You can only be at the top of the leaderboard so many times without getting a win. I think today's going to be his day, and I'm excited to see what he brings to the table at 10:50. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun.
Well, when you've established yourself as one of the all-time greats, and he is, others are going to try to knock you off your perch.
Yeah, that kind of gets into Rory McIlroy. Yeah, he won at Pebble Beach, but he's been there. He's lurking. His ball striking is so wonderful right now, and he's lurking again at the Players. But yesterday, a huge development on the story that we talked about in which Rory McIlroy walked up to a fan, took his phone, and walked away. Doug, we're going to advance that story with who it turns out that person was who he took the phone from.
Wasn't just anybody, was it?
That's right. No. We'll have that for you. We have the Colonel at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton. We have Joey Vitale with us at 9:30. We have Robert Thomas with us in the 10 o'clock hour, and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
No. It's a remix.
Bing Crosby.
Do you like this or do you like the Mills Brothers?
I like the Mills Brothers.
Wow, Jackson.
This isn't Bing.
No, I just thought, it's a classic, one of your favorites, just
Yes.
with a little spin on it.
Okay.
And I know you love Bing Crosby and his orange juice.
Aren't all orange juice the same? No, Nathaniel. Much difference in orange juice as there is in Hope and Crosby. That was the commercial.
I played that to get that out of him. Success.
Yeah, return on investment complete. This is the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you, taking your calls at 314-974-0101. You can text in 314-399-9646, and then you can just gather with friends on a Friday morning, a beautiful Friday morning in the St. Louis metropolitan area. 211 have gathered this morning to watch the program and talk it over. And complain about the show with each other.
I've just been reviewing the text during the break. There's a lot going on in here. There's a lot. Some folks wake up angry.
And just get together with others who are unhappy about the show. But we're grateful that they listen every day despite their disdain. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat. Joey Vitale now going to join us at 8:15. Jackson called an audible. He stood over the line of scrimmage, didn't like what he saw with the defense, and made an adjustment to the Stiefel dossier.
I originally asked Joey if 8:15 would work for him. He said 9:30 would be better, and then he texted me this morning saying 8:15 actually works great. So, all that goes around comes around.
Did that make sense in that usage right there?
Well,
No,
it's maybe a
probably
tiny
not.
little
I'm
bit. I kind of know
going to
where
say
it's
that
coming from.
this is telling me that they flew to Minnie last night and that he's at the hotel and kind of mapping out his day.
He's an early riser. We know
At
that.
9:30, he's probably got something doing.
I think that's a good read, Martin. I think that's a good read. So Joey Vitale, 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Robert Thomas, 10:15?
10.
And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, 10:50. There is your Stiefel dossier here on TMA. The second round of the players underway in Ponte Vedra. Doug, I hope you wagered heavily on Alex Smalley.
I didn't.
He is I think he's tied for 6th. That was my sneaker play for the players. And the boys will be getting out there this afternoon. And hell of a pairing. This morning, Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, and Rory McIlroy. Rory McIlroy is only 1 stroke off the lead going into the second round, and he is already out on the golf course and is 1 under through 1. But his practice round was what got national attention, that included people who aren't necessarily golf fans, and that's because as he hit a shot in his practice round into the water, a gentleman, and I don't know if he was an incel. I mean, it's probably 51%. Screamed at him, just like 2011 at the Masters, Rory. And he was holding up his phone to record it so he could go get likes. Unfortunately, Rory calmly walked over to him, and then he said, "May I see your phone?" Took the phone from the gentleman and then just walked off. Now, the story goes on that the gentleman was then kicked out of the Players' Championship practice round. Now, you would think it was just your run-of-the-mill tough guy.
Harrison's brother, Master.
Perfect example. However, that was not the case. It turns out, Doug, the gentleman is Luke Potter. And you don't know who Luke Potter is. I didn't know who he was either, but
Harry
he is
Potter.
on the University of Texas's men's team, and he just won an NCAA tournament on Sunday.
Oh.
So he was feeling his oats.
He was hanging out at the practice round and decided, for whatever reason, he was going to go after Rory McIlroy, and now he's got himself a situation.
How did he get outed? How did the world know? Did he
the
admit
video,
it?
he was recognized
So
by
somebody
people in
spotted him
golf,
and said that's-
absolutely, including his head coach
Oh.
at Texas.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. He did apologize, as you might imagine would be the case, but his head coach was not particularly pleased with the situation, as you also would imagine. He said, did Potter regret his actions? Most certainly. His coach said he's got a hole in his heart. He had no idea that was going to come out of his mouth and was going to result in this fashion. With regards to our University of Texas program, I mean, it's an embarrassing moment. It is particularly sensitive to me because our program is built on respect for the game. And I would tell you that we coach 18 to 22-year-olds on a normal basis, and they don't always make the right call, and that's my responsibility as a coach. And when they do make a mistake, it's a learning moment. So that is the situation. The gentleman who became famous for having Rory McIlroy walk up to him and take his phone turned out not only as a college golfer, he's a Texas golfer. Texas, of course, producing Scotty Scheffler, Jordan Spieth in recent years. So it's not like it's some, random program. And then it turns out he just won his first ever NCAA tournament on Sunday, probably on an all-time high. 3 days later, he becomes famous as Rory McIlroy walks up to him and takes his phone. For the record, the phone was returned as the gentleman was kicked off the premises.
Because I was so amped on chugging with my boys.
I think that's what was going on.
Maybe. Well, because if you play golf at that high of level, you probably know decorum and golf etiquette. That's so bizarre that you would be the guy.
He's also a college kid.
Unless
two sides of it.
Unless you're 19 or 20 years old, people do stupid things. Yeah. We probably all had a moment in our life where we said, "Oh my God, I wish I had that."
Yeah.
Did you see the girl in track, in high school track, who hit the other girl in the head with the baton and gave her a concussion the other day?
Yeah.
Sometimes people just snap. They just do.
Yeah.
And especially tends to happen when you're young and full of piss and vinegar. And
right.
Well,
and that's exactly like the adrenaline's pumping with the track runner, and that's that happens. And then with this guy, he probably thought he would say it, and then Rory would keep walking, nothing would change.
It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean you shouldn't be punished somehow.
Absolutely.
But it does happen from time to time.
It's not a life-altering moment, I don't think. I'm surprised, though, that a person, if it's like me and my buddy, some fat Marquette guys, yelling at a golfer, okay. But a high-level D1 golfer, that's what, it just shocks me that he would even think to do it.
Right. Wasn't even a good chirp.
Yeah.
It's a practice round.
He probably thought he was going to get a big laugh from his friends that were right there and then post it on social media and become a star.
But if he posted on social media, that's the part I don't get. Then he'd have to admit that then he would have to admit, hey, me, D1 golfer at Texas, mocked Rory McIlroy. People are like, dude, why would you do that?
I guess he didn't get a chance.
The phone was gone.
But I'm saying, where's the payoff, even if he gets the reaction and records it? Because then he has to admit, hey, look what I just did. And people would say, yeah, you bonehead, why would you do that? Do you know what I'm saying? Where's the payoff?
Nutted it. Absolutely nutted it.
He probably had, I don't know, obviously, for sure, but he probably had a few drinks in him and did something he'll regret for a long, long time. Until the next story comes up and we forget about this one.
You can text in 314-399-9646, and you're also welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101, and email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, we've got a little cold front coming through. I don't think I can complain.
Okay, no, you shouldn't.
Considering how glorious the weather has been, it's still only March 14th, and we just had a week of San Diego-like weather, but starting at about 10 o'clock, we're going to have some major winds coming through the St. Louis area. And then tonight, a chance of some severe weather in the St. Louis area. Also a chance for some rain tomorrow. But then again, looks like no precipitation in the forecast from now through next Saturday. And a high of 75 on Tuesday. Just absolutely glorious, with the forecast looking great for next weekend as well. It is Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Seth Goldcamp and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA. They've been with us for a decade. If you run into any HVAC problem problems, go to designairservice.com. No upselling. They fix it. They move on. They earn your trust. That's how they earn your business in the long term. No need to upsell when you know who you're going to call should you have any issues. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It's 7:54 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last evening to the Penguins. Off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Minnesota Wild. Pre-game at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them on Londoff.com. Chevy. Together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Ah, Doug, 25 years ago. What a delight on 314 Day in St. Louis.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
Let's
Is that what this song is about?
Jackson?
You'll hear right here in the first verse.
It's not the Mills Brothers. I know that much.
It's got a lot. I mean, the album cover is taken in front of the arch, so I would say if there is like a St. Louis theme song, this is probably it.
How about Meet Me in St. Louis?
The great Judy Garland.
Yes.
The contemporary St. Louis theme song would be Country Grammar. I think people can text in their thoughts.
Your St. Louis theme song?
Yeah.
All right, 314-399-9646. Joey Vitale coming up here in about 15 minutes. I'll be specific. Fine, 14 minutes. He'll be with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can call in before Joey does. 314-974-0101. Jaquan, friend of the program. Doug, he had Tipsy, and that was covered by your guy, Shabuzi. I know you played a couple rounds of golf with him.
I've never played with Shabuzi.
Chingy.
Murphy Lee? Was he a Spud dog or something?
A Spud dog?
Spuds McKenzie. That's correct. No. You're talking about St. Lunatics.
Okay.
Spud Dog?
There was something.
Spuds McKenzie.
There was City Spud in the Lunatics.
That's correct. Okay.
I want to be a Spud Dog.
You are a
my new
Spud
nickname.
dog.
Spud dog. Country Grammar is St. Louis. Jackson is right. Doug is wrong. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Country
supporting
Grammar
Jackson.
is St. Louis.
God bless. I think we can always come to agreements on stuff.
How about that?
I love Meet Me in St. Louis, by the way. Like,
That's more of a theme song than what you just played.
like I said, like a little bit more contemporary, a little more modern. I don't think, as much as I love Meet Me in St. Louis, I don't know if it would resonate necessarily with a healthy portion of,
Nor would that song you just played wouldn't resonate with a healthy portion.
probably a healthier.
I don't know about that.
But
I feel like the ear recognition, like even around town, if you're 50 or 60, you hear that, you're like, oh, yeah, Nelly. I think it's got strong recognition.
yeah, I think taking that album cover picture in front of the arch, and that song references, I'm from the Lou and I'm proud. That's why I think kind of is the theme song. But I respect your
Well,
opinion,
it's a generational
Doug.
thing.
And I love Meet Me in St. Louis as well. Rest in peace to the great Judy Garland.
Oh,
Yeah.
and everyone else from that movie.
60 years later.
The St.
sure
Louis
she's fast?
theme song is Last Resort by Papa Roach. Doug, that's from Danny Tanner.
I don't think I know that song.
I don't know if I know that tune either.
I think it's the Venga Bus. That's from the Birthday Hawk.
No, I like that.
For whatever reason, and I'd love a Buck Swopes picks on this. The Cardinals in 2006 and 2011, when they won the World Series, played the Venga Bus. Many may not know that song. Just when I give the title, if you can recall, maybe 15 years ago or so, Six Flags played it with a
That
guy,
weird
bald guy in glasses.
Yeah, and he would dance. My word, he would dance.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Junior Soprano. There it is. This is what played when the Cardinals won the World Series.
Yeah.
Tragic. You think the Red Hats on the road's bad? This is a tragedy.
He did look like Junior Soprano now that I think about it. Doug, I have the Fed so far in my ass I can taste Brill cream.
Oh!
Well, what a segment for you, Jackson. Now that you're 27 without a mustache, Eric in the Central West End and Sharon and Clayton are your allies.
Wow.
This is a moment.
Yeah.
New world order. Sharon and Clayton says Piddles is right. It's country grammar. We aren't driving horses and buggies anymore, Doug. Holiday Inn's a good one, too, with the Natural Bridge Road shout-out. That's from Sharon and Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Okay. You're just so desperate to see a shot of the arch and have your name mentioned that makes a song iconic?
It's a pretty
memorable?
good song. Pretty
It is
catchy.
pretty iconic. He runs more games than the Bulls and Sonic. I had that backwards. Runs more game than the Bulls and Sonics.
Martin's confusion right now.
Cornell Haynes Jr.
Our theme song is Doug singing I Have Spurs That Jingle Jangle. That's
It
from
should
Longer
be.
Than Martin's onboarding process.
That's a theme song for something out west. Maybe El Paso, something like that.
The St. Louis Country Club 4th of July rendition of God Bless America should be the official St. Louis theme song. What a shame not everyone gets to hear it, though. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
What about Sammy Hagar's Red? Sammy's kind of our guy. Red, Cardinals. That's right up there. Think about it.
Jackson, are you...
Well, you don't have to be exasperated.
I don't mean to be.
Just a topic.
If it's going to be a St. Louis theme song, don't you think the artist should be from St. Louis?
Yeah, we're so provincial.
Doesn't have to be.
Can't be from
I
out.
don't think it has to be, but
Yeah, where'd Sammy Hagar go to high school? Get out of here.
well, I don't know. I think it's that would be a fair criticism.
If it's
just-
a tie.
Just be the best song. That's what it is.
But that's subjective. Being from St. Louis is objective.
But if you're from St. Louis and you come out with a crappy song, that doesn't mean that should be your theme song. It's
I
because
agree.
the guy was from here.
Yeah, I agree.
Shot at Joshua. Not fair.
No, I think country grammar approval rating versus the county flag approval rating. Go.
I'd take country grammar in a wash.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's looked at that county flag and said, boy, that sure is nice. What a disappointment.
Guys, Country Grammar talks about having a gun loaded and cocked, so yeah, it's fitting as our theme song. That's
Yeah.
from the 314.
That would fit right in. Yeah, it's wonderful music. Talk about shooting people.
Guys, our theme song out west, it's Swing Haven, is Love the One You're With. That's from the Swing Haven board.
Where's time passing?
The great Stephen Stills.
Let's see. St. Louis theme song should be Killing Is Easy by The Urge.
No.
Mr. Lick says, when are we talking about Vanessa Trump? Doug, is that the theme song?
Is that the one that's now rumored to be dating Tiger Woods?
There is a report from a friend of the program, really, the Daily Mail, that Tiger Woods is now dating Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, Vanessa Trump. And they've been together for a year. I believe that is what Mr. Licks is referring to.
Yeah.
And I know he is tied into both Palm Beach and Jupiter Island. I think he has properties at both. He has properties at both.
I don't know where he has properties. I don't know.
Everybody's edgy right now. What's going on?
Tiger Woods probably in your top 10 draft picks of guys to make you a cuckold.
Oh, he's top 10.
Doug, we're going to have a draft?
Yeah,
What are we doing in the draft?
he's
We
like
got
a 10
Vitale at 8:15 and Gabe at 9 and Robert Thomas.
I'm still developing my big board, but I think Denzel is your number one draft pick.
Wow, you've really...
You put a lot of thought into this.
Yeah, I have.
Let it
Denzel.
go.
And then Tiger would be top 10
Tiger's
lottery
probably
pick.
Tiger or Warren Beatty are probably the number one who's actually been the cuck.
Bin the cuck or Bin the bull?
Oh, been the
Somebody
bull.
cucked Warren Beatty?
No, been the bull. I guess if you're the one doing the
Yeah, probably.
cheating, someone
I was
else.
waiting for Doug's direct object.
Yeah, Steve McQueen and Wilt Chamberlain probably right at the top of that list.
Steve McQueen.
Steve McQueen?
Yeah.
He has
Jackson's like in a time warp.
He has like the sex record. That's what he
does?
That's what like Chamberlain was after, was beating
What's the
McQueen's sex
record?
record.
Is that
I
right? I didn't know that
I thought
background.
that- I thought
Never
that
heard
was
fun
that.
facts
I
on the
thought
program.
that was
Heard
the
that.
history.
God, I had Jim Nance with burnt toast. And you got the sex record.
Nance not on my big board.
Well, no, I'm saying my story compared to your sex record. Look at Jackie go.
I just throwing that out there.
27 and brash.
But that's all. That's not going on facts. You're just going on what people tell you.
Right. Yes.
Like
That-
Will Chamberlain's 20,000. You almost wouldn't have time.
I don't think Spotrac was around tracking how many times Will Chamberlain got after it.
Because 20,000, then we figure that'd be like 3 or 4 a day. Your entire
Yeah, he
adult
did
life.
some math about it. It was Kansas math at that.
Was that a shot at Rock Chalk?
Yeah, absolutely. Full-throated.
Rock Chalk in Arizona last night. Jackson stayed up to watch Oklahoma and Kentucky, which didn't tip off until like 10 o'clock.
I know.
I was, the whole family watched the game last night, and my wife goes, "Oh my God, there's another game coming up." I go, "It's unbelievable."
That's
And
brutal.
Nashville's on Central Time.
Yeah.
You go drive another hour or so, and you're in the Eastern Time Zone. But that thing tipped off probably around 10, and you stayed up to watch the whole damn thing, and Kentucky edged out Porter Mosier's bunch by a point. Oklahoma in a tournament?
Yes, win last night would have for sure secured it, but yeah, I think Oklahoma is pretty safe. I think Texas is the remaining SEC team that may need one more win, but they're right there.
What a nightcap tonight in Nashville with Missouri and Florida and Kentucky and Alabama. How do you do?
Yeah, it's really conference tournament is I always enjoy. Just it gets you like it's prepping you for March Madness. It's like it's kind of easing you in there. It's like hitting the range before a good round.
It's like hitting the range. Coach Gage, tonight be like hitting the range.
Yeah, he would get it. He knows.
I don't know how much we can trust this little thing that ESPN does where they say tickets for this game are as low as. We've been burned by that in the past.
That's touchy.
But this Mizzou game, it says as low as $143. That seems like an expensive ticket for a conference tournament.
It's the whole session.
Yeah, you get the night game, too. That's why it took so long for Mizzou to get on the floor last night and start playing, because they had to take the people from the morning or afternoon games out and night games in.
So I'm thinking about taking my son to the NCAA tournament next week, wherever they wind up playing.
Well, Lenardi knows.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Book the flight.
Now that you mention that,
Doug,
Martin,
isn't that the premise? Is that Joe Lenardi is the gospel?
It's not the gospel.
We actually do know where Missouri is playing. They're going to be in Cleveland.
We don't
been to
know
Cleveland
that.
in a while, so that'll be fun.
No.
I don't recall. I mean, we've all been to the NCAA tournament covering them. Have you guys ever bought tickets as a fan? My question is this, and I'm sure there's 1,000 people in the audience who know that. When you buy a ticket for, like, say, the games in Cleveland, they're all Thursday. That's the way it works. You don't play both days, and then they'll play on Thursday, Saturday, or Friday, Sunday. If you buy a ticket, do you get tickets for the whole day? Or do you
It's usually two games.
Or do you get
Yeah.
It's usually two games.
Jackson's disputing you, Doug.
I think you get the doubleheader.
Yeah, you get
Yeah,
two
but there's 4 games.
Right, I think you get one, like the afternoon or night session.
Okay.
That's how, when it was in St. Louis, I can't even remember how long ago that was, but I remember going to back-to-back games, then having to leave. So I think that's the case.
That sounds. And some of those NCAA tournament games, early rounds, are the most lightly attended games these teams will play all year. Because a lot of times they'll go and they'll play in Idaho or who knows where, Oregon, with 2 teams that aren't anywhere close to there.
Missouri was playing in front of Kentucky fans last night.
Yeah.
Did you see that building? It was blue last night.
All blue. They travel. Big Blue Nation travels, man.
But yeah, you're right. When Missouri played Oklahoma, Martin, we were talking about that, to go to the Final Four, it was like a noon start in San Jose, and the building, I don't know, maybe a third full, and yet it's the most important game they'd played in 8 years since they had played Arizona to go to the Final Four in 1994.
It's a made-for-TV event.
And it's in front of, a virtually empty building. So you're right, Doug. That is absolutely the way that it will play out. At this point, when you're not one of the top 4 seeds, I think you can go anywhere. I guess if they win the whole thing and they beat Florida, even Kentucky for that matter, no matter what, they're playing a great team. If they beat Florida, they're playing Alabama or Kentucky. Don't know if Auburn will be there when it's all said and done. I'm not sure on that. I might short that market if I could short that market.
On Auburn?
Oh, on Auburn. I could see them.
They have Ole Miss, right?
I don't know if it'd be Ole Miss. It might be Tennessee.
Tennessee,
would snag them. But either way, you're going to be beating great teams in order to win that thing. Do you think there's any way they can get to a 4, or their ceiling is 5?
You referenced the other day how they kind of Friday they kind of know where it's at. From what I've remembered watching college hoops, that's almost always the case. I think the 5 seed is probably a ceiling.
What about Illinois ceiling?
Probably similar. Although, if I was the committee, I would notice the major difference in Illinois the last 2 or 3 weeks as compared to the 3 or
I
weeks
agree
prior.
with you. They're healthy. They were sick. They had injuries.
Yeah, so if you
There's
like
value on ILL, Doug.
Yeah.
There's value on ILL.
But you also can't close your eyes to what happened over the whole season either.
Sure, but it was so unhealthy. They were so and I say unhealthy because they were like sick. They were physically ill, and for such a long period of time. And it's night and day difference when they're fully healthy.
They both feel like 6 seeds. I feel like Mizzou's about a 6, Illinois is about a 6, barring a great run over the weekend that maybe could alter it, but I feel like they're both kind of stuck in that 6 range.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Matt, who bowls at Hanks, says, bet on all the Italian coaches. Doug, when you make your bets, do you focus on the
I don't even
ethnicity?
think about that until it comes up here. You start talking about rigatoni. That's about the only time I really think about the ethnicity of the coaches.
Well, we're going to have an Italian-American with us coming up in a matter of moments.
Okay.
Joey Vitale on Last Night in Pittsburgh. That's next. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. And the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. This is the Fisher Window and Door Story at o'clock hour on TMA. 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Keep your head on a swivel, heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Doug is not giving up the ship.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is The Morning After on 101 ESPN Show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And on those Callier and Thompson phone lines, during the commercial break, little peek behind the scenes, Jackson told Joey Vitale, let's bring the heat. Kind of coached him up a little bit. Joey, was that kind of a Herb Brooks inspiring speech for you this morning?
I mean, not really. It kind of just brought out an insecurity in me that I don't usually bring the heat.
Yeah.
It's like when I go to Disney World, my wife says, "Hey, let's be fun today." It's like,
yeah, I know exactly what that means.
Yeah.
No,
or you go to a dinner party, you're like, "Hey, just just don't be your weird self, or just be. I want you to be fun, but not too fun. But you can't speak too much, and you can't be like your hockey player Joe, because these are church friends." And it's like, what do you want me to be, Jackson? I just want to be me. I just want to be me.
No, I know, Joe. It was less so like trying to coach you up or even say something subliminally. It was more just like a verbal pat on the ass, like, let's bring the heat. Get out there, slugger.
Like, happy to have you on. Let's have some fun.
Yeah,
let's do this.
Skate boy, skate.
I miss a good pat on the ass.
Okay.
Next time I see you,
Curbs, come on by. What room are you in? I'll tell Curbs to swing by. Did you guys travel last night?
We did. We traveled last night. Yeah, we got in super late, and our plane landed here in Minnesota. And you hop on the buses, and listen, we travel great. And so you go right from the plane to the bus, but it's 12:30, 1 o'clock. And I love my partner, but I go to sit in the middle of the bus, and I kind of just want to zone out and just maybe catch a snooze on the way to the 30-minute trip to and he sits down right next to me. That guy, he just does not stop talking. It's an art. It's truly
Curbs getting sniped by a cranky Joey Vitale. He is bringing the heat, Jackson.
Yeah. I was a little bothered by him. I told him I kind of snoozed back, but he just keeps going. He's just a guy that keeps on. I respect the heck out. He found his right profession. He is completely dialed in, and he could talk to a wall for an hour. And
that's what you preferred at that time.
He basically did. I mean, I'd rather him talk to my seat, but he just kept talking to me, and I just kept nodding away and did the old bobblehead shake, and we got there eventually. We got in late, but no, it was a good trip.
That's great. Hey, what a great game it was, too. A lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Martin.
A lot of fun. No, a tough one. Very, this one's strong. I mean, I said it during the broadcast, but, in the third period, you're down by 2. You pull Bennington, and about 9:50-ish to go, I said, this is one of those periods, or 10-minute sequences, rather, where you're going to look back mid-April, and you're going to say, this was that second half of the third period that either kind of made us or broke us. And I think that the Blues come back, right? They get one more, and you're like, here we go. Like, Hoper's in that. You get that one to get you within one, and you're feeling the momentum. And it felt that way all night. It just didn't feel like they were going to lose that game. And, Pittsburgh just kept pulling away. And it was one of those just anomaly games where, much like the Dallas Stars a couple weeks ago, where the Blues massively outplayed Dallas in Dallas, but they allowed the 4 power play goals against, and they lose that game. This one, not so much the power play actually worked in the Blues' favor. They had the 2 power play goals. But on the flip side, this 5-on-5, it was just chance for St. Louis. Tristan Jarry stood tall at the beginning of the game. And it just seemed like every opportunity Pittsburgh got went in. It was the weirdest game. And not just from their superstars of the Malkins and Tangs and Crosbys and Carlsons. It was Dewar first of the year, Timmins first of the year, Ryan Graves first of the year. It was just the kind of unsung guys at Pittsburgh you just don't think about. They kind of pulled away. And like I said, you hope to mid-April comes and you look back at your season, and if for some reason they don't sneak in. That game last night was one of those games you're like, man, you got to have that, because they should have won. Massively outplayed Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is not a very good team. Pittsburgh, that party, that ship is over. I talked to a bunch of people after the game. I love Crosby. He's still worth the price of admission. But they're veteran players. They're just spent. They're done. I mean, you go to that Toropchenko goal. Evgeny Malkin just basically lets Toropchenko skate up the ice. Then you look at Erik Karlsson, the way he played that one-on-one. It's like playing might hockey. It's just those guys are so tired and so worn out and so done. It's gonna take a little bit of time before Pittsburgh becomes relevant again, in my opinion. But you know what, guys? We see this in sports, and you go all in, you put all your chips in, and you just get rid of all your first-round picks and get all these prospects. You get all these players. And that's what Pittsburgh did. And you know what? They got 3 banners to show for it over the last couple decades. So it was definitely worth it. But as they say, there's always a price to pay, and they're about to really face that price head on.
Joey Vitale, our guest here on TMA 101 ESPN. And you can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. We saw Jim Montgomery pull Jordan Binnington in the third period last night. What did you think of his performance?
I just don't think he was seeing the pucks very well. I haven't talked to Jordan. Briefly, a quick conversation on the plane afterwards. And, it's funny. People, I don't know what fans think of these players after games where, maybe they don't have a great performance. Like, look at Jordan last night. He allows a few goals in. Maybe he should have had them. I think one was redirected. The back door was nothing you can do about. But he just didn't seem like he was seeing the pucks all that well. He was yanked. And I think that a lot of fans they see these players, they think they go on planes and buses after those games and just, suck their thumb and just cry in the corner. And it's quite the opposite. It's actually amazing how they just let those things just kind of, water off their back, as they say, because I talked to Jordan briefly and his spirits were up. His spirits were high. He's a very level-headed kid. Clearly disappointed with his performance, but it's just that next day. It's that next game mentality, and that's what makes him so good. So he will rebound great. There's no question about that. I think that, to me, I think he deserves that game in Minnesota. He's played very well in Minnesota. It's the first game of the back-to-back starting tomorrow night. I think you need to get your start of that first game of the back-to-back. And not to mention Joel Hofer's been really good against the Ducks, especially on home ice. But, last night's game was one of those games where the Blues team played very well. And they just maybe didn't get the save early on. That Graves shot at the beginning, the very first shot of the game for Pittsburgh sneaks by him. You have to really commend the Blues for how they responded. I think they went on a 12-1 shot ratio after that, outshot them 12-1 after that first goal goes in. So there's plenty of games, as you know, Tim, that the Blues have been subpar over the last few years, and Binnington has just stole the show and kept them in it. This game last night, I would say, is maybe more the opposite, where the team played great, and they just didn't get that save early on. But you know what? He's human. He's not a machine. He's not a superhero. He's going to have games like this. We all have games like this. We all have days like this. And it just was unfortunate that it was last night against a team that, like I said, you should have beaten, because that was one of the worst teams I think the Blues have played probably all season long. They were just a lifeless group, and Blues were just all over them. They just couldn't solve Tristan Jarry early.
And when you lose to a team like that you really needed to win, does it make this game tomorrow night against Minnesota possibly a pivotal game for the season? How do they bounce back? If they come back strong, then maybe you can forget about Pittsburgh, and if they don't, then maybe the Pittsburgh loss was the one that completely derailed them.
Well, it's a really good point, Doug. We talked about it after the broadcast last night, but, you losing to Pittsburgh, it kind of changes the whole weekend. Now you have a lot of more pressure heading into this back-to-back. I think you head into this 3-4, 3 games in 4 nights, and you're thinking, okay, you take care of Pittsburgh. They're a team that's struggling. They're a team that's on their way out. And then you look at the Anaheim Ducks on Sunday. You've had your way with the Anaheim Ducks lately. I mean, you just seem like you can't lose to the Ducks. So to me, those are the 2 wins you're going to have. The big question mark becomes Minnesota. And it's not even that big of a question mark, because right now, without Kirill Kaprizov and, of course, Eriksson Ek, 2 of the best forwards, and the Minnesota Wild are not playing very well. So that one's still kind of a coin toss. It's in Minnesota. They've always played hard. We haven't won a lot in Minnesota lately. So that's one kind of the coin toss in there. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. But you're at least walking away from this weekend 2-1, probably 3-0, based off of how you're playing and how Minnesota's sliding. So you can continue to keep this pressure. But now this first game happens in Pittsburgh, and then you drop this one, all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball a little bit, right? And you see the NHL playoff odds on Money Puck. It's amazing how those percentages change day to day. But that loss last night really kind of bumped them down, where now their playoff expectations probably around 20%, where now Vancouver and Utah around 31, 32%, just off one loss. But now the pressure ramps up. You're exactly right. So you really got to make sure you not only bring your best game tomorrow night against Minnesota Wild, but also you got to balance the attack of the different players, because you do have a back-to-back situation with very short rest, because that's earlier start on Sunday in St. Louis against the Ducks. So not a ton of rest. So you can't necessarily go and run your horses crazy tomorrow night, because then you're not going to have anything in the tank on Sunday. So, yes, it does definitely change the dynamic. I think heading into this weekend, you're looking at Bennington versus Pittsburgh, Bennington versus Minnesota, and then Hofer on that back-to-back. But now Hofer comes in last night. He looked really sharp. He looked really sharp against the LA team last weekend when he got that overtime point. So is it something now do you switch back to Hofer for tomorrow, but then you get your starting goaltender Bennington on home ice against maybe a tired group for St. Louis? So it does change a lot. It's given this coaching staff a lot to think about, and it's amazing how one loss to the team you should beat really kind of changes the dynamic of the whole weekend, how they're foreseeing how they want to play things and shake things out.
You know what it is, Vitale? It's a must-win weekend. I need him to win both. I've declared it a must-win weekend.
Well, it has. I mean, the reality is this now. It has to be, Martin, in all seriousness, because you needed this weekend. Realistically, you needed to go 3-0 to continue to make that push. You don't have time to lose games like you lost last night. And listen, you can't be perfect the whole way. You're going to lose games, and they have a little room for error. But that room for error, to me, is when you go to Colorado next week and you're playing a very good Colorado team. Those are the games you're like, okay, this could be a loss. Let's make sure we check all the boxes on the ones over here. And then you lose that one you probably should have checked. So now, again, it goes back to Doug's point and your point, the same thing. The pressure's on even more now. And you know what? Sometimes I think that's a little bit healthy. I think, you go into this little 4-day break they had, and they were playing great hockey, and then maybe you come off that break and you're a little lackadaisical. But they got to fire it back up. They just don't have any other choices. It's playoff hockey right now for this team.
How often does your wife say, don't be weird? Like when you're going out with other people, is that every time?
Yeah, I would say just about every time. I handle like a champ.
Sure.
Of course. It's difficult. I mean, it's difficult when I'm learning more and more. I go to a wonderful therapist. She's really helped me with this. But you go from like living this hockey culture world, and then you got to like reacclimate. It's almost like a dog you pick up from is it the Humane Society?
The pound.
Dog pound.
Dog pound.
Rescue center, something like that.
Yeah. What the hell are you talking about?
It's like every hockey player that retires, they send you to the pound, and they've been beat up and abused and manipulated their entire life. And they say, okay, here, boy, and you kind of take them out of the cage, and your wife takes you out of the cage, and okay, now this is the world, and you realize you can't speak to people a certain way, and obviously they don't understand your humor, and you can't be that cutthroat and honest, and so yeah, it's taken some time to reacclimate, but again, with good therapy and a supportive wife, I feel like I'm close.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, there's a breakthrough coming.
Tim, apparently his wife keeps him locked in a cage. Is that what you heard?
We can't get too detailed, but we can say he prefers to be treated like a dog and also a toilet.
That's a little drastic. That's drastic.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, I think this is self-help. I think you brought the heat. Speaking of heat, are you in Minnesota where you can walk on those skyways? You don't have to go outside at all?
Yeah, I am in Minnesota. If you were to listen to the beginning of this interview.
God. Yikes.
He's bringing the heat, Doug. That's what he said. Jackson told him to do it. He's doing it.
Jackass out of a cage for 1 minute. That's how he. No, I'm asking if you're in the Minnesota Skyway where you're downtown, you can go from one building to the next, Doug, without going outside.
Yeah, I've done that there.
Yeah, no, they actually have that here. We're not going to use this today. It's actually pretty sunny. We had a nice little view of the baseball. What's that base? That Target Field?
It was Target Field. I don't know if they've changed it.
I think it is.
Yeah, it's still Target. We got a good view of that. I'm looking over the city right now. We're in Minneapolis, and it's a pretty nice day in Minnesota. We got kind of lucky. I look at that Target Field and bring it back to the Winter Classic a few years ago when guys had icicles on their beers. That was a cold day. I'm not gonna lie. That was a cold aerodynamic day for me, if you know what I mean.
Okay, cold aerodynamic.
I'm turtling? What he's saying. Yeah, he's talking about turtling.
Got it. Okay. Turtling.
Been there.
That's what he's talking about.
Oh.
All right.
He just kind of put it out there, wanted to see where it would go.
Yeah, and it went well, I thought.
But the bottom line is it's not over yet for this Blues club. It's not over yet. Oh, my goodness, if we could just get hot.
We're going to get hot for you, Doug. And, we're going to put a picture of you in the locker room and say, Doug wants to get hot. That's going to be, they're going to bring the heat once they see your mug and they say it's time to get hot.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do my best.
Do
what I can to help.
Did you see Sid Crosby, Pittsburgh?
No, I missed him, unfortunately. I had to come in late. I had to come in late on a commercial jet, and I missed all the festivities seeing my old buddy. But like I said, he's a busy guy. I think Braden went to dinner with him, and And it's amazing. It's amazing what he's continuing to do at his age. He's got at least 5 years left in him, which is insane when you think about his age. People thought maybe 1 or 2 more years, but he just doesn't stop. He doesn't slow down. And talk about a person that you really think about when hockey's all over. That's someone like right there, because he's just so into his craft and into his routine. You know, he's a player that, you know, people are like, hey, is Sid going to get traded? Don't you think he wants to win another cup? I'm like, guys, he's not going anywhere. He can't walk down the hallway past the visiting locker room. He's never done that his entire career. He has to, if his bus is to the left, which is just at the past the locker room on the other team to get there, he's walking around the whole building. I mean, that is how crazy and weird this guy is. Where can you imagine him put on a different jersey? Like, his mind would go nuts. I mean, he's a player that when he signs his extension a couple years ago or the last year, he's still making $8.7 million. 8.7, which of course is his hockey number because he was born on August 7th, 1987, so 87. Now he wears 87. He won't make a cent over 8.7, even though the guy could probably make like $11 million, especially a couple of years ago when he signed that extension. He was like top 5 in scoring. So I don't know what to say other than he's an awesome human, an incredible hockey player, but my goodness, is he weird. I mean, anyone who would turn down that much money because they're just fixed on that number, that you just gotta pray for people like that sometimes. You know what I mean, Doug? You know what I mean? Hear me, Doug?
Yeah, Doug? I hear you, yeah.
Doug,
I've limited my salary in the same way.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Right at $35,000 a year. I don't want a nickel more.
Humble brag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the deal. We wouldn't mind to move that down a little bit, just a little bit, but throw in a gift card.
Joey, enjoy a wonderful weekend in Minnesota, and we will look forward to talking with you again next week. Fine, sir.
Hey, sounds good, guys. Hope I brought the heat for Jackson. You guys should have a swell weekend. I'll be thinking about you guys until we talk next time.
Well, that's a nice sentiment.
Yeah, that is a nice sentiment. It's Joey Vitale right there on the Kelly and Thompson phone lines.
Let's have a swell weekend.
Jackson, did he bring the heat for you? You happy with that?
More than I could have even ever hoped for. Yeah.
Nice.
Took a shot at curb, asked for a swat on the rear.
Yep, that's correct.
I knew Crosby was really superstitious, and Joey's talked about him a lot. And I knew he wore 87 and made his contracts $8.7 million. I didn't realize he was born on 8/7/87.
How about that?
I didn't know that.
So he'll be 38 when next season starts.
Yeah.
And Joey says he's got another 5 years after this.
It's incredible.
He'd be top 10 player of all time, wouldn't he?
He's going to do a cuck list.
He's not on my
He's
list.
on your cuck list?
No.
You have a list like Brian.
It's not like it's a big board. It's less of a list. Crosby's been like the best player in hockey since I became sports conscious. Like since I started knowing what sports are and like knowing players on teams, like around 7 or 8 years old.
He's not the best player now.
One of the best players in hockey for my entire life, basically.
Yeah, he came up in 2006.
Yeah. So that 06 is like what I credit as the first year of me knowing about sports, like watching SportsCenter every morning. Yeah. And I was 8 years old.
This is a nice compliment. I'm always amazed at how well-spoken Vitale is for a CBC. That's from Arbor Day.
What a great compliment.
It's nice.
For a CBC. Like they don't speak very well there.
Shot at Mike Shannon. Where did Arbor Day?
Doug, what do you think Arbor Day? You think Arbor Day is MICDS? Maybe he's one of Jackson's classmates at Horton Watkins.
I don't know.
Screams Priory.
Screams Priory.
Priory looks down their nose at CBC?
Probably. I don't know. The
you said probably, like of course they do.
I said probably.
I thought it was a quizzical approach.
It was quizzical in nature. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know the dynamics.
Can I dox Arbor Day just for his prep background? Is that
Arbor
fair?
Day, you can text in or call in. So many different ways to get involved, or you can be in that YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's presented to you by Michelob Ultra. The Stiefel dossier has Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, Robert Thomas, 10 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. 259 friends are gathered in the TMASTL YouTube chat, and that's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. The dossier brought to you by Stiefel. Doug, tell me about Stiefel.
Well, hopefully we all know how to pronounce the name now. It is Stiefel. Kind of rhymes with regal. kind of, which makes sense because some view them as the king of finance in downtown St. Louis since 1890. That's right. They've been around longer than your great-grandma's secret cookie recipe. So what does Stifel do and how can they help you? Well, if it's related to finance, you can rest assured they have an option for you. With financial advisors in 12 offices around the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. But it's not just holistic wealth management that Stifel offers. They also provide traditional banking services offered through Stifel Bank. Own your own company? Yes, they have their own full-service investment bank. Basically, whether you're an individual or an institution, when it comes to finance, Stifel has an option for you. And also, Stifel isn't your typical bank-owned investment firm constantly staring at their bottom line. They're a wealth management firm that owns their own bank and focuses on one thing, and that is doing what's best for their clients, because they know if you're happy, they'll be just fine and happy too. That mantra has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, and with a tagline like, where success meets success, you can understand why they decided to partner with a renowned former AM talk radio show like TMA. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Well, you're right, Doug. Sharon and Clayton is not happy with the program as a whole, I guess.
No.
Typical St. Louis private school chirps. Be original, maybe. So lame, your greatest accomplishment in life is what you did from 14 to 18. Low bar. That's Sharon in Sanibel, in Clayton, in Maui, and in Michigan. And she is not happy with Arbor Day, I guess?
G-Unit out, home slice, with the dice. What?
Now, what did that mean?
Happy birthday, Plowhawk.
Oh,
all right. Why doesn't he call in?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Holmes.
Was he on Joe's Mount Rushmore producers, or he wasn't sure?
He was
if,
not mentioned.
because he was. I don't know if Plowhawk fell into the producer genre.
Yeah, I mean,
Producer Joe is in our fantasy baseball league, right?
Plowboy?
Plowboy, I mean. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes, he is.
Iggy, however, has been banned.
Yeah.
By the commissioner.
So,
and then I said, well, how about you just let him in? And he goes, fine, then find a new commissioner.
So Tim,
Steadfast,
all right, I've
nothing
got
else.
over here on the big board, I've got Ukraine, Russia, okay, trying to solve this. And over here, I've got Iggy, producer Joe. Which is more unsolvable?
The latter, sir, without question.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no road to peace.
Once Joe digs his heels in, and Iggy too, there's really no room for negotiation.
It's kind of a an unmovable object against unstoppable force kind of thing.
Yeah.
My birthday is on Sunday. Can you wish me a happy 52nd? Thank you. That's from the Pensacola Porpoise.
Okay.
Birthday.
Happy birthday,
A
Porpoise.
lot of birthdays rolling in right around now.
Guys, Sharon's a public. That's from the 314.
Is that more damning than saying you're a townie at the college town?
Cutter. Sharon, take another Xanax and pour another vodka and chill the F out down there. It's from Mr. Siders. And that is, Jackson, that is your nemesis on the golf course, very critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance.
It's refreshing to see rich white women.
I think she's chilling out. She's got it figured out. Winters in Sanibel and summers in Michigan. She got a place in Michigan.
And you got the place in Maui.
Right.
That's year-round fun and games.
Gosh.
And she's real as opposed to the stay-at-home.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Bo! Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom won the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month in January, and it was historic. First ever female to win the Email of the Month. Huge moment in the show's history.
All right, I would like to see the closed-circuit TV of her picking up the prize pack. Can we review the footage, Doug, to see what gender picked up the prize pack?
I would think so.
But then there would be that was my husband.
Yeah,
my
she'll send
boyfriend.
her son. Yeah, her cuckold.
Did you just do the tornado whirl?
The point is
Tim,
not
you got
for
a
it to
tornado.
be.
He gave you the tornado.
I was in the process of reading, and
he gave you the tornado.
No, but the tornado whirls. I asked him to
know.
do that because sometimes he'll text me and I don't see my phone to let me know.
Yeah, it's probably best to.
It's best to break.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I thought maybe we were having severe weather. He did a little.
That could be 12 hours.
Yeah.
All right, it's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, and you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Here we go. Very nice. Here we go.
And you're saying this is actually St. Louis's
Of
theme
course.
song here on 314 Day.
Shut down the competition. We don't need any more songs. We got it, and this is it.
Chairman Kurt, do you want to send out a Gallup poll on the Twitter tweets? No, you don't.
We already did.
Oh, we already did?
Yeah, right when the discussion happened, I put it up maybe
Shows how
45
locked
minutes
in
ago.
I am. Tip of the cap, though, that you were on it. Bobby Big Wheels just sent in a vomit emoji.
Well, I like the tune.
How's the Gallup poll doing? What are the results early on?
What do you think?
Our audience is younger. They're not going to go for that song. They'll go for whatever is.
I mean, Nelly's
cool
song's
and-
25 years old. It's not like that's from the last 5 years.
No, but it's more hip and more cool and more tough guy. So they'll all
You're
vote for
a
that.
real advocate for Judy Garland.
Yes.
I respect that.
That's been our song for a century.
In a vacuum, I love that song, but if I'm talking theme song, I'm still taking Country Grammar. And then in parentheses, hot, and then a word I can't say.
Yeah, explain that to my kids.
They'll figure it out.
76% of
Polling.
pollsters are on the Nelly wagon here.
Guess I got to go retweet it. Martin Jackson says my Twitter account is a GIF depot.
Yeah. Yep. Mostly just GIFs and then other people's tweets.
That's right.
You
So I'm just
TMA
reposting.
tweets and one-on-one tweets.
So you don't comment. You just
seldom
tag a GIF.
I ran an algorithm on the upside and the downside, and it came out actually 100% downside. So at that moment, I decided to become a GIF depot and but it's not retweeting anymore; it's reposting.
Right, it's true.
Thank you. Hey, the Colonel's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. He enjoyed Twitter so much he got rid of his account. Now he just tweets through Power Mizzou.
I can tell yesterday, right when the tip-off moved from 6 to 6:48, I could feel through his Twitter account Gabe being really frustrated.
Let me tell you something. I go on the SEC network. I had no idea. Whole family's going to watch the game. Older son's dressed up in Missouri stuff, Missouri hat. Younger son doesn't know what the hell's going on, but he's wearing a Missouri football jersey saying he's on the team. Hey, we're all invested over here in
Locked
Carport
in.
Village.
Locked in.
And my wife and I both went there, so we're ready to go. Everybody's geared towards the 6 o'clock tip-off. God bless America. And then I go onto the SEC Network, and I say, it's not tipping off for like 50 minutes. I go, what the hell is
wasn't
this?
even close.
And when you have a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old, 50 minutes is essentially 5 years. And, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Allowed me to watch the first period of the Blues and Penguins and more ILL against Iowa.
Yeah, there's still plenty of action there, but that was a real kick to the pants.
They were complaining about it on the broadcast, even how long the games are going now.
Oh yeah, and
some of these games are going 2 hours and 45 minutes now.
This is why they need. Jay Bills was talking about. They need to switch to quarters. College basketball needs to go to 4.
Do you
10-minute
like that
quarters.
take? You're on board with that take.
Yes.
And why would that take cut down?
It's much better for the natural flow of the game. Foul call, like you get, it's so often
it resets the fouls. Is that what it would do?
That's what I would want. I would want it to reset. You'd shoot out the 5th foul of every quarter, and like it's so ridiculous when there's 9 or 10 minutes left in the basketball game, and you're in the bonus, and then with 6 minutes left, you're in the double bonus. It's brutal, especially with the way they call the game so tight.
What about the video reviews?
Yeah.
Everything is a video review.
That sucks,
We
too.
had 0.9, change it to 0.8.
Yeah,
Great.
I get like video review is fine if they would just do it quicker. Like it just takes too damn
Or
long.
maybe review everything in the last minute or two and give the coaches a review challenge or two along the way.
I'm on board with the challenge,
You
too.
don't need to be reviewing everything.
Those guys are over at the monitor way too much.
Way too. It's crazy. Yeah, I would prefer to see it. It's the only major high-level basketball that's played in 2 halves and not quarters. Making no sense.
No, I never thought that added much to the.
I don't feel like that'll pick it up, the pace. I don't know.
I think you'll see a more. I think it would be a more natural-looking pace. Sometimes you see guys just so gassed out there, like towards the 10-minute mark of a half. I think it's a perfect opportunity.
Well, they still take timeouts.
Sure, media timeouts. I love when the coach calls a media timeout with about 30 seconds till the next media timeout, and so you get double shot with the timeout.
Dennis Gates went right over to the SEC Network postgame show and talked it over, and he made his case for the SEC getting 14 teams in the NCAA tournament, which, for the record, Joey Ladorte has right now with Texas getting to his tournament.
Of course.
These guys do a good job of building a brotherhood. I'm proud of them.
Yep.
And it happened organically. And the guys just allow basketball to take place of any words that they may want to say. The game has to be played, and it's a great conference, man. I think ultimately we deserve 14 teams in the tournament. I'm gonna say that loud. I'm an advocate for the SEC. There should be 14 teams in the NCAA tournament.
Okay, only LSU and South Carolina.
Yeah, they'd be on the outside looking.
Yeah. That's super impressive.
So the last time the record was broken for a number of schools in the tournament, 2011, the Big East had 11 in. Who won the 2011 NCAA? Jackson's not eligible. Who won the 2011 NCAA tournament?
Initials, please.
Martin's in the tank. I think Martin might get home.
No. 2011. Florida, no. UConn, no. North Carolina? I don't know.
All right, Jackson, go ahead.
Was that Duke over Butler?
Oh, wow. I just thought you knew.
No.
I'm virtually certain it was UConn, but maybe I'm off the mark on this. Wasn't that Kemba time?
Cardiac Cats? Yeah, that's probably right. They were showing the highlights of that Syracuse-UConn game that went to triple overtime last night. One of my favorite games ever.
Doug, do you remember the Syracuse?
No, I don't remember that.
Eric Dusseldorf hit like a huge three. I mean, that was
Doozy.
It was great.
UConn Butler.
UConn and Butler.
Okay, next year.
Back-to-back years
next
at a
year's
championship game at a tournament after Gordon Hayward missed the half-court shot against Duke.
Yeah.
So then you sit there and go, okay, how did the Big East wind up doing in that tournament? Well, they had their national champion. That was the year that VCU played Butler in the Final Four, and Kentucky played UConn. So you had an 11 and an 8 playing. Butler was an 8 seed the year after nearly winning the championship. And then as far as number of Elite 8 teams, because they only had one Final Four team in there, the Elite 8, Kentucky, Carolina, Arizona, UConn on one side of the bracket, Kansas, VCU, Butler, and Florida. Why do I bring this up?
Yeah.
Because Dennis Gates said following the Kentucky game, the conference is so strong, the one thing I worry about is that we've beaten each other up, because he was asked if the team is just worn down. And so there you go with the last time you had a conference have that kind of depth that 11 teams got in, which up until this year, most likely, is the record, 11 teams, and only one team made it to the Elite 8, and that was the team that would eventually win the national championship. And that UConn team was on an absolute heater. What about the Sweet 16? The Sweet 16 that year, Kansas, Richmond, VCU, Florida State, no Big East teams. Butler, Wisconsin, BYU, Florida, no Big East teams. Ohio State, Kentucky, Marquette was in there that year.
Thank you. Lost
to North Carolina. Marquette is an 11 seed. Duke, Arizona, UConn, and San Diego State. 2 Sweet 16 teams. 11 teams in the tournament, 2 Sweet 16 teams. So I will be curious how things will look a week from Sunday with regard to these SEC teams, because have they beaten the hell out of each other? And there is the one piece of data that we have the last time a conference had that number of schools in.
I tend to think not. I think even the top teams from other conferences, they're still playing hard. They're still playing physical games, playing the same number of games, playing as hard as they can possibly play. I wouldn't think the SEC teams are going to be any more gassed than anyone else. I think they may be battle-tested and battle-hardened and be in better shape to make a long run. What I would think.
Well, you also have some bottom teams that are probably not getting to a Sweet 16. Do you think Texas is getting in? If Oklahoma and Texas get in, are they getting to a Sweet 16? Probably not.
You know, that's the one thing that the Texas coach was saying yesterday. He goes, they're kind of in an Illinois spot. Illinois also was an illness thing, but they're now the team that they thought they were going to have at the beginning of the year. They were beat up. So now he's like, yeah, this is the team that we expected to have. So we're not that surprised that we're able to make the run that we're making.
Texas guards, man, it's hard to scheme against really good man-to-man defense. That's just as good as it gets, and Texas is really good at just sitting down and defending. I'm really excited to watch them against Tennessee today.
Gabe DeArmond is going to join us coming up, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency at 10 o'clock. Robert Thomas, 10:50, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Although SLU beat Davidson yesterday, still some pride for the Davidson Wildcats as Steph Curry drains his 4,000th career three-pointer in the Warriors' 130-104 win over the Kings. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
What's it gonna be like tonight in Nashville when Big Blue Nation and Roll Them Tide fans get there early to watch Missouri and the Gators, and they hear this jam?
Vince McMahon doing the announcing?
That'll be fun. It's TMA 101 ESPN. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. I've got him online at evergreenstl.com. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, it does.
Well, sure it does.
Yeah, and you can call him at 314-889-0503. You can listen to the program on 101 ESPN and the Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers 101 ESPN app, and also there's a TMA STL app to download. Plus, you can watch the show at youtube.com/TMA STL. Robert Thomas of your St. Louis Blues at 10 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. That's the Stiefel dossier, and right now it's our pleasure to welcome to the program, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, from PowerMizzou.com and the Postgame Show podcast, which I was listening to on my way to the station this morning. His name is the Colonel. His first name is Gabriel. His middle name is Patrice. His last name is DeArmond.
Perfect.
Yep. Morning, Colonel.
Learn something about myself on this show every week.
Yeah. Do you have the audio from the postgame? Martin, here's what was going on in the postgame show last night. Take a listen to this.
I think we got a couple more questions in the chat we can hit, and then we're going to get to the voicemail because all right, the TMA boys are back. I will stay fully clothed tomorrow night.
Oh, no. It's disappointing.
How do you know it's our listeners? That's not fair.
It's like 1 to 16 odds in Vegas. That was one of the
And what were they? I was listening to it, so I didn't see it. What are they saying in the YouTube chat?
But they want me to take my shirt off in the YouTube.
Why don't you one time?
Yeah, give the people what they want.
OnlyFans channel.
Doug wears nipple tassels every day because the listeners want that.
Right.
I believe it. See, I take myself very seriously on this show, though. I insult my listeners, and
All right, I respect that. It's kind of that Mike Wallace 60 Minutes thing that the Colonel has going on, and I respect it. You got to give it. But I did hear that on the podcast, you didn't say it was the most impressive win, but I think you called it the grittiest win. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I mean, if you had said before the game, Mark Mitchell's not going to play in the second half, Caleb Grill's going to go 2 for 11, and Anthony Robinson's going to play all of 14 minutes, you're saying, oh, well, that was fun to be in Nashville for a few hours, and now we see which 2 seed they get matched up with in the tournament. Aiden Shaw, huge minutes. Tony Perkins, best game of the season.
Yeah.
Tamar Bates silenced the people who had started to come out of the woodwork to criticize him in the last 2 weeks. Just a complete, it showed up what Dennis Gates has talked about all year with the depth. I mean, I thought Jackson was going to be on a charter flight to Nashville to get some rebounds.
Wow.
Could have. Yeah. Wouldn't have fouled, would have talked to the refs about Josh Hubbard kicking his feet out every single time he takes a three.
Wow. Oh.
He is at the same time an excellent player and the best actor in college basketball. I mean, he drew a minimum of 3 fouls that should not have been called on him.
Should have been offensive fouls. That's the point of emphasis.
Right. The 4-point play, is that what you were thinking about? The
he
4-point
hit that
play.
3. The guy didn't touch him.
Yeah,
Cruz went straight up. He never touched him.
He kicks his leg down.
Well, that wasn't even the worst. The hook and hold and the first foul on Anthony Robinson.
Yeah.
Were, those were both, if anything, fouls on Hubbard.
Hey, Colonel, I want to get your perspective. I know Drew King texted you during the postgame show on Mark Mitchell's situation and that Dennis Gates didn't have a whole lot at that time on what was going on. And then you gave your analysis that you did not expect him to play tonight, not necessarily because of health, but because of kind of running an upside versus downside analytic, and that Missouri doesn't necessarily need to win this game. I don't want to misconstrue your comments, but is that where you still see things as of this morning?
Yeah, last night was the one they had to have. I think that should probably solidify them as a 6 seed. And, I don't know that tonight changes that one way or the other. So if Mitchell is anything less than 100%, I want to make sure he can play next, Thursday, Saturday, or Friday, Sunday. Just give him the extra day, 2 days, 3 days off, whatever it may be. Maybe if you get to Sunday, and you think a couple days rest and he's okay and can go back out there and you don't want him having a week off before the tournament, that's fine. But I don't see the upside to playing him tonight if there is any question whatsoever that knee is less than 100%.
Yeah, you wonder what the upside is for any of them to be diving on the floor for loose balls and doing whatever it takes to win. I know they're all competitors, and that's how they got to this place in life in the first place. But it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to run through a brick wall to try to win these games, does it?
Look, we see it all the time in these conference tournaments. May have seen it yesterday with Cooper Flagg. Hopefully that's not all that serious. But when it happened, Duke's season kind of flashed before its eyes. And if you make a run here, it does help your tournament seed and all that. And I don't want to minimize, what it would mean to win an SEC championship, especially for Missouri. But you do have to, if guys are healthy, look, they can get hurt in practice. They can get hurt walking down the street, whatever. So if guys are healthy, you play them. But if there is any question, nobody's going to remember in 6 months who wins this tournament. But they're all going to remember how far you go in the next one.
Yeah. Do you think they could swing their seed much? They make a little run? I feel like they're in that kind of 6 mode right now.
If they get to Sunday, I think they could move up. Because that would be, a win over a tournament team in Mississippi State and then 2 potential 1 seeds in Florida and Alabama, theoretically. But I don't think they can get higher than a 5. And I really don't think they can slip. Losing to Florida isn't going to hurt you. And I'm not positive even getting to Sunday changes anything because the committee has just shown over and over that they turn their homework in on Friday afternoon. And then they don't really change it much.
It's so weird, but I guess that's the deal, so you know it. It's not like biased against Missouri. It's just the way they work.
Right. I understand you can't have 47 different brackets, right? You might have to have a bracket built, okay, here's what we do if Florida wins the SEC tournament. Here's what we do if Alabama beats Florida, whatever. There might be a team, okay, we're deciding, is this team a 3 or a 4 versus that team a 4 or a 3 based on the tournament. But you can't be switching 27 different teams on Sunday morning. I understand it a little bit. By the same token, if one of these teams does win this tournament, you will have in all likelihood beaten 2 1 seeds and a 2 or a 3 seed to do it.
Yeah.
That has to have an impact.
I really do agree, and it's got nothing to do.
However,
if Illinois had to do this, I'd say the same damn thing. It's just what were you about to say, Gabe?
But if you're Missouri, do you want to be a 5? I'm fine with the 6. I think a 6 is better than a 5.
Yeah, if you look at the way that who you would be playing throughout the tournament, you're going to be facing a 3. Hey, Colonel, you were talking about Tamar Bates and getting into the criticism that was, by the way, justifiable based on his performance, but then it kind of went into the Dan Dockich thing. But then, boy, the way he played last night. But what I was hearing, and you said you still don't think he's 100%. What do you think's going on with him?
I don't know. The way he played for 3 weeks, you can't convince me that he was 100% healthy. And I think maybe it was a combination of A, 5 days off, and B, now we are at the point where it's, kind of like the Brady Cook Auburn game thing. Hey, this is all I got left. I'm whatever. I ignore all the pain, whatever's happening, and I'm just gonna, throw caution to the wind. But if he plays that way, he changes this team because, look, you don't expect Caleb Grill to be 2 for 11 every night. Mark Mitchell was actually playing pretty well before he got hurt. So, this team, you just have to have that third scorer. whether it's Bates last night, Tony Perkins was that guy. You just have to have 3 scorers at any given time on any given night. And so if Bates is one of them, and if he's a reliable guy, I mean, last night he pushed his 3-point percentage over 40% for the season, which means 50% from the floor, 40% from 3, and 90% from the free throw line. And there can't be more than a half dozen players that can say that in the country.
Do you think Mizzou has any players right now who'll get a shot in the NBA?
Man, Mark Mitchell's not an NBA player until he develops a jump shot. Caleb Grill, is he? I don't watch the NBA. Could he be a 3-and-D type guy off somebody's bench? I guess it's not impossible. But Ant Robinson has NBA potential. Not this year, I don't think. But if he can, I mean, he's a lockdown defender. He's become a pretty good shooter. So I think and actually I've been told by pro people at the beginning of the year, they thought that T.O. Barrett might have the most pro potential on this roster.
Really?
He's sick. I love watching T.O. Barrett play. I think Trent Pierce kind of has the body. I just don't think his skill set has matched that.
Yeah, I mean, nothing he's done on the floor shows that yet.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just amazing that you can be one of the top teams in the country, and they've been ranked most of the year, and still not really have guys that can't miss at the next level.
Right.
It shows how much talent there is everywhere, I guess.
And across the world.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's college basketball, too, the guys who can't miss guys are going after a year, right? And there is so much value in, look at Missouri's team 2 years ago. They had 22 and 23 and 24-year-old guys playing against 18-year-olds. And so I think you see a lot of teams that, have these older players that are look at Hunter Dickinson and KJ Adams, and I understand Kansas is having a down year, but those are guys that they're not good enough to go pro early and probably aren't NBA players, which means they turn into elite college players. I mean, Caleb Love is still in college because he's probably been told by the NBA he wasn't ready, which means if you're not ready by your 4th year in college, hey, maybe you're never going to be an NBA player, but that's okay. You can be an elite college player, win a whole lot of games, now make a whole lot of money, and then go overseas and play somewhere and make a really good living for a long time.
Martin, do you have the text inbox up in front of you this morning?
I do now.
Okay. Do you see Shrimply Pibbles has been texting in, let's see, is this 4 or 5 times? Shrimply Pibbles, I know, is a Power Mizzou poster.
Yes, I've seen him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he used the name Shrimply Pibbles on the.
It's the brand, Tim. You got to stick with the brand. Yeah, you got to stick
with the brand. Build the brand. And he has texted this in 4 times. So I feel if you text it in 4 times, obviously it's an emergency.
It's a reason not to read it.
He says, "Hey,
Does
Lord."
It start with 911.
No, it starts with the proper way to address me. Hey, Lord Tim, do me a solid. Could you ask Gabe if he'd like me to start posting wifey pics on Power Mizzou? If so, can I get a few bucks off my monthly subscription? That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Gosh.
Would you like him to start posting pictures of his wife on Power Mizzou? I will say this. If the woman that he is sending pictures in is indeed his wife, Doug's skeptical of that, of course. I got to say, she's not bad. I mean, she's pretty attractive. So I don't know if that's something that you're looking to do and maybe
is
a new
that a
revenue
barter
stream.
deal, Tim? Would that be
I
a
don't know what
barter?
the arrangement would be, Colonel.
Wouldn't the key question actually be, does your wife want you to post pictures of her on Power Mizzou for a $2 a month discount? Although
we're negotiating.
Honest,
Yeah, we are negotiating. We're at the table.
Heads up.
I'm starting to get to know your all's crowd. Anybody married to a loyal listener probably would say, yeah, do it.
Yeah.
Gabe.
Tiger Terry.
The problem is a lot of the pictures, Gabe, you'll say, that kind of looks like a Cheryl Teague's poster from 40 years ago. Is that Farrah Fawcett? Doesn't feel all that real.
Right. It's like the episode of Catfish where they literally Googled hot blonde woman.
It's Missouri. It's Florida. The Colonel will be doing his post-game show. Last time we talked, or a week ago or so, we were talking about the likelihood of where they would be playing. I think you had said Denver, Seattle, and what was the other one that you were dialed in on? Wichita?
Providence.
Oh, Providence.
Which is Providence, I think. But now that they're not a top 4 seed,
it's anywhere,
they
right?
just go wherever.
Okay.
Like, everything's open. There are people that have had them in Cleveland and Milwaukee. They could go virtually anywhere.
Let me ask you this. How are you handling, because both you and Drew King will be traveling, correct?
Yes.
How are you just wait until Sunday and then you pull the trigger on flights and hotels, or have you already diversified and then you'll cancel?
Yeah, no, I have hotels reserved in 3 different spots.
Okay.
But airfare, as soon as the selection is up, Drew starts writing, and I get on the various travel websites to find the best deal we can.
I might be going with my son, Colonel. So
you will not be going. I mean, that's a good thing of you to say, but my expectations are
wow.
Well, he put you in your place.
Yeah, no, I get it. And I unfortunately have a track record with Gabe of talking about going to Missouri games. This is more Columbia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now somewhere further than Columbia, he's really going to go all in that you're not showing up.
Yeah, the variable is that my son has fallen in love with basketball in the last 4 months in Missouri, and we were going to go to Jupiter for spring break. We weren't able to go, so I'm like, I want to get him there, but I don't know if I'm going to be flying him 4.5 hours to Seattle. That's the thing or to Providence for that matter, which might actually be more complicated than going to Seattle.
Yeah, I will say if you and the young man do manage to make it, cocktails are on me at the Power Mizzou party, especially for him.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Wow,
it's
sure.
a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt like that was a little anti-Irish to assume a 7-year-old's already drinking, but it is true.
Somebody
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I know the household in which he's grown up.
That's correct. That's correct. No, it's tough and it's fair. And so it'll be great to have my 7-year-old drinking at the Power Mizzou. And he can meet Tripley Pibbles and his wife. Sure. Boy, there's incentive now to travel to Rhode Island.
I will deny having ever said it when you filed the lawsuit. But,
well, I appreciate the offer. I hope that we were able to make it. We'll find out Sunday sometime in the 5 o'clock hour Central where Missouri is going. Tigers and Gators tonight in Nashville. If you are there, you get to see some high-quality basketball all day long. My God, let me see if I can do it from memory, Doug. Auburn and Ole Miss. Okay. Tennessee, Texas, Missouri, Florida, and Alabama, Kentucky. Okay. I mean, that is outstanding.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Colonel, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, Gabe.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Bye, that's Gabe DeArmond with us here on PowerMizzou.com is where you can read them, and with us on Mondays and Fridays, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is my insurance agent, and he's online at carltoninsurance.net. You call the office right now, and somebody is going to pick up, and they are right here in the St. Louis area, in Webster Groves for that matter, 314-961-4800. With insurance being the way that it is at the moment, there is a very good chance your insurance went up year over year. And there is a great chance that James Carlton can save you money. So what do you have to lose? You pick up the phone, you call 314-961-4800, and you tell them the situation, and then you put the phone down, and then they call you back and tell you whether or not they can save you money. Quantify that, Doug.
Okay. I'm not sure you could.
Is that 5 minutes that you take, might not even be 5 minutes, worth $1,000 to you?
Sure seems like it.
I would assume. Yeah. I know we have some wealthy listeners. I know we have 5 minutes, $1,000. That math might not make sense. But for others, it may make sense. So give them a call, 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Ryan Crawford's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, active. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Just getting back, what is a 12-5 curse? Jackson, you want to tell Ryan Crawford what a 12-5 curse is?
Yeah, whenever there's like big upsets, a lot of upsets in the NCAA tournament, it's like oftentimes the 12 seed beating the 5 seed. I don't know the streak, but I think it's a pretty decent streak of 12 seeds beating 5 seeds.
Like at least once a year.
Yeah, certainly feels like that, but I think there is like a tangible streak to it.
Before we started seeing these really big upsets.
Absolutely.
Pretty consistent.
Right.
The 12 was always, oh my God, the 12. Now you're like 13, 15 might happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's what that guy was emailed in yesterday about me and Marcus Fizer and the Iowa State 215 thing with the coach who kicked his legs in the air. That was a big deal then.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be a big deal again this year, but it's way more common now, to Martin's point.
What do you think the percentage is? 12 seeds versus 5 since the tournament expanded to 64 teams in 1985.
Wow, you got the number?
This is according, I got an AI response.
I bet the 12 seeds won 44% of the time.
I'm going to take the under on that. Wow. I feel
35%.
Okay.
I'll say 35.3%.
Well, Doug, actually, you win the prize.
Congratulations.
Gift card. The 12 seed is 55 and 101. So by the third of the time.
Yeah. It's probably like a lot better than like the 11 versus the 6 somehow.
Millie is in the YouTube chat, not happy. I guess that's kind of redundant. Okay. You didn't ask the Colonel about Molly Miller.
It seems like it's
Doug, I can tell.
God,
Doug, I knew Doug would be confused, and I knew Jackson would know. I didn't know where Martin would be. I think
Molly
Martin knows.
Miller.
She's the head coach of Grand Canyon University basketball. Missouri is looking
she
for a
get
new
the
basketball
job?
coach. She basically didn't say, but like it looks like she's looking at 2 other schools not named Missouri.
Oh, was this a real attractive lady that people were talking about?
That's why there's interest.
I thought they had already hired her, but no, huh?
No.
Okay.
No.
So the search for the Mizzou women's basketball coach is still ongoing. Yes.
Yeah.
And Robin Pinchton.
She kind of got Skip Schumacher.
Was she married to? No, her sister is the mom of all the Porters, right?
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that.
I do believe that is actually correct.
So Robin Pinchton's sister
got it.
Is MPJ, all Jonte, all the Porters.
Sierra.
So she is. So Robin Pinchton, the former coach of Mizzou, is the aunt of all those Porter players.
Now you say aunt instead of aunt.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys all do weird inflections around here. I thought I'd follow suit.
It looks like aunt, but most people
Midwesterners say aunt. I think Southern and Northeast will go aunt.
Yeah. It's also a racial
Auntie.
thing. A lot of black people tend to say aunt.
Auntie.
And white people tend to say aunt.
No,
I
there's
don't know
Aunt
why
Viv,
that is.
though. Aunt Viv.
That's correct, Aunt Viv. And there were 2 different Aunt Vivs.
2 or 3, right? Wasn't there? Definitely
Doug,
2.
How many Aunt Vivs were there on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? I'm going to say
just
2.
don't know.
Okay.
I'm
They
gonna say
definitely
2.
didn't acknowledge ever when there
I
was
think
a change.
the first one was a bit of a problem on the set.
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh, is that really?
Well,
wow.
Body of work?
No, just the vibe. Like, I don't know. I love
Stefan, you picked up a vibe.
Were you on the set?
No, but I love Fresh Prince so much.
Yeah, you're right. Janet Hubert and left after 3 seasons, citing creative differences.
Yeah.
Oh, the old creative.
I think I heard some interview or maybe
Could you
Will Smith
sing the
talked
whole
about
opening
it.
song?
Oh,
I've
wait,
done it
you wanna do
before. I've
You
done it
have?
before.
On
He's
this
thinking
show?
about doing it.
Nah.
Not thinking about doing it. What does this mean from the Wentzville walking stick? If Tim ever did homework, it wouldn't have been turned in on Friday. Doug, what does that mean? If Tim ever did homework, it wouldn't have been turned in on Friday.
Is he saying you're late with things?
Or you're on time, so Friday would have been late. So.
It wouldn't have been.
No.
I'm a big walking stick fan, though, so I'm trying to.
Scary animal.
I mean, if you saw a walking stick cross your path, wouldn't you be horrified?
Between that and a praying mantis?
Horrified.
Well, they're small. They're about the size of a pencil or something.
Praying
Yeah, but I
mantis.
mean, think of the damage and joy a gerbil can bring.
Well, that's a different animal.
But it's small.
It is small.
Martin's thinking about it, and that's what that means. Guys, can you get Gabe back on? Is there a lot of blow at these Power Mizzou parties? That's from Chairman Steve. and Wild. Sounds like he's thinking of making a trip to Rhode Island.
Does it say it on the invite? Cocktail attire, a lot of blow.
Yeah. Mirrors and razor blades provided. I don't know if Shrimply Pibbles has posted the pictures of his wife on Power Mizzou. I'm a member.
Got a $2 discount.
He did. So I'll drop by. No pictures of his wife on Power Mizzou just yet. Doug, that's the Tigers layer. Am I on the Jackson, are you a Power Mizzou member?
Yeah.
Chairman, are you a Power Mizzou member? No, you're not. Didn't the Plowhawk join? Happy birthday to the Plowhawk. Didn't he join it just to go on there to troll Missouri fans?
Yeah, but I think in his I
respect that.
The way he rationalized it was as his now fiance was paying for it or something.
Yeah, it was on her credit card.
Yeah. So he to lessen the troll aspect of it. Happy birthday to the Plowhawk.
How high is the Plowhawk right now? I mean, it's
on a 1 to 10, probably in the 9 range.
He may have calmed it down a bit since he's got a real job now.
That was an impression.
Yeah, I can't speak for the Plowhawk. I don't want to put words or narcotics in his mouth.
Shrimply Pibbles says he's busy making money, but he will post later.
appreciate Lenny tossing me some money. I'm going to keep the shirt on, but appreciate that.
Gabe does these shows. There's like, last night he started, he goes, there's 500 people here. It's 10 something at night. And our listeners go in there and they just demand it.
I'm a little bit disturbed at the number of people asking me to take my shirt off.
So it's really a thing.
If we're being
What a
honest.
shame.
But,
Was Dylan Holloway in
appreciate
there?
You guys being here and being a part of it.
It's just a shame that they've done that to him.
I think
They try to ruin everything.
Tim, do you go get Dylan Holloway to get into the Power Mizzou chat and then
Wouldn't
say,
that
take
be
your shirt
great?
off?
Take your shirt off. Email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope looking for his first win in the month of March. I think today may be his day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can partake in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA. STL. We got the drops of the week coming up. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Trip to Vegas, trip to Florida, 7 different Florida destinations. Talking about Mid-America, St. Louis Airport. I got that excited. Mid-America, St. Louis Airport in Muscuda, Illinois. If you want to go to Vegas, if you want to go to a Florida destination, whether that's Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, the Destin area, they're starting to fly to Gulf Shores. You can get to Hilton Head, all these great vacation spots. You can take the family, and it's always inexpensive. That's because they've partnered with Allegiant Air, so you're going to get a great deal on the flight. Parking is less than $10 a day, and convenience. Oh, my goodness. If you've ever been over there to Mid-America St. Louis Airport, the parking lot right next to the terminal, you park, you walk in, go through security. It's typically about 15 minutes from parking to the gate. That's unbelievable. We always think about the hassle when it's traveling. You don't have any of that at flymidamerica.com. That's where you can book the flight for your next trip. Think about it. Warm weather places, fun in the summer, fun in the spring, year-round. Go to all these great destinations. It's flymidamerica.com.
Oh, you like this one?
I suppose this is another St. Louis theme song.
Yeah. Chingy. Holiday Inn.
Okay.
Is he wearing the Spirits of St. Louis?
Think so. Is that Marvin Barnes?
Number 13. Was that moving Marvin Barnes?
We got Spud
Forget his
Boy in
number.
there.
Moving Marvin Barnes, they called him. Boy, they had some good players on that team.
Yeah.
Maurice Lucas.
Marquette's own Maurice Lucas.
Yeah, Fly Williams, Double G, Gus Gerard.
Bring back the Spirits.
If they get an NBA team, the only option for a name is the Spirits of St. Louis.
And wearing the orange.
Mm-hmm.
Wearing the orange, and not St. Louis Spirits, the Spirits of St. Louis.
Okay.
St. Louis, BC basketball club.
No, thank you. Hard pass.
Sharon and Clayton. Boy, you, Sharon and Clayton, Eric in the Central West End are now an alliance.
Love it.
This happened fast.
Love it.
She says, well done, Piddles.
Thank you. Yeah, just trying to play
Sharon likes Chingy.
So playing some St. Louis theme songs.
Doug, it's 314 day.
That's what happens when you turn 27. You get new alliances.
Yeah.
Joe Buck called a World Series, but you got an alliance with Sharon.
And Sharon and Eric in the Central West End. It's Friday here on the program. Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond already with us. Robert Thomas in the 10 o'clock hour, along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That is your Stiefel dossier. Doug, you know anything about Stiefel? You do, don't you?
Well, sure. One thing I know how to do is pronounce it because that has been a problem for people for many years, but it shouldn't be anymore. It is definitely Stiefel. Been around in downtown St. Louis since 1890. That is a long, long time, and they're not going anywhere. They're firmly entrenched there, even though they are a worldwide business now. What does Stiefel do and how can they help you? Well, if it's related to finance, you can rest assured that they have an option for you. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stiefel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. It's not just holistic wealth management that Stiefel offers. They also provide traditional banking services offered through Stiefel Bank. That's right. They own their own company there. They also have a full-service investment bank. Basically, whether you're an individual or an institution, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has an option for you. And also, Stiefel isn't your typical bank-owned investment firm constantly staring at their bottom line. They're a wealth management firm that owns their own bank and focuses on one thing, and that is doing what's best for their clients.
Do it.
Because they know if you're happy, that they're going to be happy and just fine, too. That mantra has made Stiefel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, and their tagline is, where success meets success, and that's why they are sponsoring this show, because we are super successful here.
Amen.
And Stiefel is as well. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Low numbers going on in Ponte Vedra this morning. Conditions, Doug, would you describe them as genteel?
I would never say that.
J.J. Spawn, Rory McIlroy, your leaders. Rory McIlroy 4 under through 7, and is at 9 under. That is the lead at the Players. Scotty Scheffler is certainly in the hunt as well. He is 2 under through 8, playing with McIlroy and Schauffele, and he is at 5 under for the tournament. 4 back of the leaders. There is your Players Championship update on a Friday morning, the 5th major underway. Jackson, it's Friday, and that means we're going to celebrate by enjoying the drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. That's all I really care about is me.
Daytime. Jesus Christ.
They like to put those 16 ones in prime time. They're not going to put a Warburton Duke at 1 o'clock on a Thursday. He's going to be in the prime time on CBS.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni.
Gabagool.
Marinara.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul.
Did it get you? And it's 4 in the opening period, and Razor just took another one.
3-2, swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
My stack of penthouses.
I was having a really, really, really good time most evenings with Husky Bayless. And I
my oil. Well, that's a great question.
I was like on my knees before that.
Were you?
Yeah, well, begging for a hole.
All of us gotta sit back and be quiet and capitulate to your
Come on now. It's weak. I have a weak act.
All right, is this over?
I don't know.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, 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 down, drop, drop. Get it.
Martin, you got to feel good about the week when you hear that. You know that you've done good work. You know that there was a reason you went to Marquette and studied.
Especially when I heard Joe say, "It's Mayton, Jesus Christ." He couldn't take it anymore. We couldn't pronounce the new reliever's name. And now it's in my head. When I see it, I just want to say, Madden. Hey, it's Phil Madden coming into the game. Great drops. Good
Tip of the
job.
cap. Was that you, Jackson?
Yep, tip of the cap.
Well done.
Chairman Kurt's killing it this week on the social media. Jackson on the drops. TMA social media. What the Twitter tweets, TMA STL, TMA_STL on Instagram. And do we have a TikTok?
Yeah, TMA STL.
I see it pop up in my algorithm, but I never, is that 101 ESPN or is it,
That's
I
us.
guess both.
Are we supposed to be doing nudes on Snapchat?
Clip that off.
If so, I got to erase some things. Or delete, I guess.
God, that's hot, man. I really
Releasing a nude is a good way to get people talking about you again.
That's what I
Thanks,
thought.
Chuck.
It's Charlie Marlowe.
Tim, how come in segment 8-2 you glossed over the question dedicated? Is this going to be a 10 o'clock vehicle,
Dossier.
Jackson? Because I do like to decipher the Jackie quizzicals here.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, I like the question. Let's go to it while you're here before the onboarding.
Yeah.
Outside of championship games and one of our local teams, what is your favorite sporting event that you've got to cover in your career?
I feel like that should have been gotten, I could tell.
Got to cover. What was one when you were a J student that you always dreamt of covering? Okay, so it's two different
It's a great
ones.
question.
So favorite sporting event, but it can't be Cardinals, Blues, or Rams,
And
right?
then no championship.
Of any kind.
Right.
That eliminates a whole lot of things.
Okay.
So, like, what are
Covered.
you thinking when you ask the question?
You've talked about, what was the golf tournament you covered in Seattle? Or in
Oh,
Washington?
yeah, Sahali, the
Yeah.
PGA Championship in '98.
I guess that's a championship. All right, we're going to remove the old...
That's why a lot of the big ones you may have.
Well, we'll remove the
covered.
championship element out of there. We'll remove the championship element. So just a non-local team game. And that includes like a Cardinal World Series. Again, that can't be included. But non-local team.
I'll tell you one of the best trips. I was in Vegas, and Joe Buck was calling Robbie Knievel jumping over limousines, and it was going to be on Fox. So Tom Heisey, photographer, and I got to spend like 3 days in Vegas because they were showing it live on TV. Robbie Knievel jumping over limousines.
We'd have to get like one interview with them.
Spanky Spangler.
Spanky Spangler. What's that name in the text inbox?
He had a role in the show, but it was already the show was live, but his portion had been recorded where he was jumping over some canyon or something. So I had to keep telling him, but now this didn't happen. He goes, no, it already did. I said, I know, but for the sake of the TV audience. And he just kept saying, well, I landed on my, I'm like, well, no, you can't say that because Spanky Spangler just did not get what I was trying to tell him. And then we interviewed Joe, and I said, boy, you've called big games. I said, what's this one? He said, I don't know. I'll just say he's either dead or alive, I guess. Like he was
Steve
assigned by
Sparky
Fox.
Pfeiffer.
It was a great gig. It was not a champ. As far as I know, it was not a championship limo jump.
Sure,
but it was fun.
Hey Jackson, if you have to alter the question after asking it, it was a bad question. That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer.
Fair.
Doug, what's your answer? Spanky, you run into Spangler as well?
I never ran into Spanky Spangler, or that would have been number one.
Steve Sparky Pfeiffer.
I never ran into Pfeiffer either. So my career is kind of empty. This may qualify as a championship, but they sent me to Vegas once to cover the Muhammad Ali Larry Holmes fight.
Yeah. We have that video.
And the
That
practice
video.
and interviewed those guys, and
Yeah.
that was kind of
It's a
fun.
great
to
call.
see him train and everything.
It's a great call. Also, I'd count anything Miami and Minnesota that you covered. as
Earl
well.
Weaver at his house when he retired.
That was at the bottom of the list.
Shula.
Like I've been to the Derby, never covered the Derby.
I've never been there.
I think
always wanted to go.
It's so strange because now, and maybe it's because Missouri's in the SEC, but I also just think it's such a different time. Have you gone to the SEC Media Days, Martin?
No, is it in Hoover?
I
Hoover,
believe it
Alabama?
was
That
when
always-
I went to it, and I had just started my first television job. I mean, I'm talking about probably less than a month in. So this is July or August of 1999, and I'm 22 years old, and you're going to the SEC Media Days, and they're like, wow, they're sending you to the SEC Media Days, because as young as I was and I just started, I go, yeah, like I'm kind of in my mind, I'm going, who cares? because I'm coming from the Big 12,
Right.
and I don't realize how big of a deal it is there. And now I feel like it's even 10 times bigger than it was then. And it was there that I got the appreciation for what college football means. And even though I was in Little Rock, that being, as you said, Martin, I think it is Hoover, Alabama, which is just outside of Birmingham, right? Is that correct?
I don't know why it was always Hoover, though.
Yeah, I feel like we stayed in Birmingham, but it was in Hoover. That's where the SEC offices are, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, and in seeing the attention that it got, and at the time, the big coach, I guess, they were coming off a national championship, was Phil Fulmer of Tennessee. Saban wasn't there yet, but Lou Holtz had just started at South Carolina. And the attention, the mobs, and I'm going, I just was introduced to college football and didn't even realize it, and went into it going, well, okay, media days, who cares? Because in my mind, media days were this nothing when Iowa State and Oklahoma State and Texas Tech and all these kind of, and hell, for that matter, even Missouri, also Rans, would show up and get ready to crown Nebraska or Texas. And then that is a whole different thing. It's a cultural event. And, coincidentally, I guess, now Missouri's in the SEC, and I think one of my favorite sports at this moment is college football, and it wasn't at the time. And I think it's because of how important culturally it is to that region of the country. I realized it by being there. So anyway, that was that's what I would tell you.
I'm just trying to think of all the qualifiers. I keep thinking, well, that was Cardinals, that was Mizzou, that was Blues.
Yeah.
I covered a Super Bowl that did not involve the Packers or Rams. It was the Terrell Owens Eagles team against Brady and the Pats. It was in Jacksonville. Yeah. NFL draft when Sam Bradford was drafted. I guess that would be the local time. That was in New York.
Okay.
Radio City Music Hall. I covered the Daytona 500, and it was the first one Fox ever carried. And they wanted us to cover it, so not a local.
Is that cool?
Well, Dale Earnhardt died, so it kind of changed everything.
I was with you when that happened, right? We were down in Jupiter.
I went to
and then you had to drive up, 2-3 hours?
We got stuck there for extra days because it became a huge national story.
Sure.
And I was doing live shots, Doug, on the hands device, the hand and neck support, and whether or not they had proper safety. So all of a sudden, I was like Robert Hager from NBC News doing safety devices.
Robert Hager, there's a name out of the past.
He was
remember him?
It was always about safety issues. So that was a sad, tragic day, but it's the only
out of nowhere, man.
Because I'm trying to think, they would have to be sporting events that did not involve a local team. That's pretty rare that you get sent to do
St.
that.
Gabe's doesn't count either. It's a 7th grade tournament.
Yeah,
but I mean that's always championship, so that's different. Jackson, what's your answer? Do you have one at this point?
I've never covered anything.
Well, when Dennis Gates offered you a scholarship.
That was awesome. But that was
as a kid, young person thinking about it, what was on your list? What were you hoping to cover? Like a Final Four for you would be a big deal, maybe.
Yeah, but I never really had plans to get into journalism.
Yeah.
You could get a credential here and go cover an NBA game, playoff game or something.
Yeah.
How about that? You can go cover Tatum.
Start a Substack. But I'm going to pay my way in airfare and stuff.
You would like a Final Four. When it was in St. Louis, what I remember is all the
North Carolina and Illinois. Who else was in the Final Four?
Louisville would have been here, I believe.
Arizona?
Was there
Final Four here?
Didn't Illinois beat Arizona to get into the championship?
That actually is correct.
Sounds
So
right.
Arizona wouldn't have been in the Final
Illinois
Four.
beat Arizona in the Elite Eight, I believe, because they were losing by like 15.
It was a great game.
It was at the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago.
That was
massive.
an all-timer.
Because we were
Louisville and Michigan State.
Got it.
Michigan State.
In addition to North Carolina.
But what I remember is there's so many recognizable coaches in college basketball, and you'd just be walking down St. Louis, by Kiel or not Kiel. What's the damn
Enterprise Center?
No, Old Spaghetti
Market
Factory.
Initials.
Pink Slip.
Busch Stadium. Ballpark Village.
What is the place where we always Keener Plaza?
Sticker bus.
Okay. And you'd be driving around like, hey, there's Patino. Hey, there's Mark Few.
Here in Rigatoni.
It's unbelievable how many coaches you would just see around town. And I'm saying for you, being a basketball junkie, you should get to cover a Final Four with like a 101 credential let's send you to a Final Four. That's a reasonable goal.
I happened to my buddy when we were living in Columbia, Missouri. Kentucky was playing Missouri that day. My buddy just went down to the Dunkin' Donuts that was below our apartment, and like in walks John Calipari to order like a bagel and a coffee. And I was like, oh my God, there's Coach Cal. It's pretty incredible.
Maybe you could get a credential this year, wherever Mizzou or St. Louis U goes.
Yeah, head with me. And Martin's off next Friday as well. So, Doug, you and Chairman can do the program. And
okay,
that doesn't really have a good
track record.
Careful what you read.
0 for 1.
Careful what you read.
We can only go up from there, Doug.
It's true. The floor has been set. I
Kowski, line 1.
I have to like cheer. I can't help myself, so I feel like I get booted from the box.
You think so?
Oh, come on.
I can't. Like when Josh Hubbard got the 4-point play on Jacob Cruz, I was almost inconsolable.
You're no journalist.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have been bad if it wasn't.
This is a first-round or second-round SEC tournament game.
Gosh.
With 8 minutes left, Josh Hubbard gets a 4-point play, and you're almost inconsolable. Is how you
huge
describe
swing. It
yourself.
should have been an offensive foul. You can't kick your legs out every time. It's brutal.
It's on
so
the ref.
brutal.
It's not on him.
I know. I'm not blaming Josh Hubbard. He's smart. He's gaming the system, but it's BS.
Are you as emotionally invested for tonight, or do you feel like, okay, they got that when...
No,
you're good. You're emotionally invested.
I don't like Todd Golden, so yeah, I want a dub.
Being a media guy will knock some of that enthusiasm out of you.
That's what I don't want.
That is very true. I actually agree with that.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
I want to stoke the flames of my insanity.
I mean, 99% of baseball writers do not love the game the way they did when they entered, and I think they would probably tell you that.
Right.
Totally. So keep your purity.
That's my plan.
I think it's beautiful that you're as pure as the driven snow.
Okay, we'll find something else for you to cover.
Yeah, I'd cover SLU. Like I could cover.
You don't care if they win or lose.
No, I do. I want them to win, but it doesn't.
Yeah, Martin, Coach
Shirts calls in on your birthday.
I love Coach Shirts, friend of the show. But it doesn't like crush me if they win or lose. I lose.
You know who you are? You are our Skip Irwin. He used to sit in the press box at Mizzou football. He would yell out during he had a credential.
See, that's what I don't want to be.
He was a play action. What are you doing, Mizzou? Run some play action.
Yeah,
and everyone up there's typing and keeping
I don't want to be
notes.
like, why is Ant Robinson not in the game? Like, yeah, I don't want to.
Now, how about this? How do you feel about this? You probably aren't the guy to talk to, and I understand that. That's not a shot. It's just where you are with Missouri. If you give me a choice of who I want to win more today, I want St. Louis University to win more than I want Missouri to win. Sure. Because of the payoff, so to speak. I mean, I know they got to win 3 games, and it ain't going to be easy. But, who knows? Maybe VCU loses today, and they get a little easier path to go to the championship game if they are able to get past Loyola Chai.
Yeah, that's the thing is I think they can truly beat, and I think they probably could beat VCU, but they can really beat anybody in the A-10. But VCU, I think, is in just a tiny bit bigger class and such a short bench.
I just don't know VCU. I don't know the motivation.
I like their
VCU's in the tournament.
Oh yeah, they have an at-large bid.
So
yeah,
I don't know.
They might not. Yeah, they might not be as puck committed, but hey.
I really want the Billikens to get the NCAA tournament.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Yeah, 1 o'clock tip.
Shish, boom, ba.
I think they'll win today. I don't know about Mizzou. I think SLU and Illinois are going to get it done today.
Oh, is that right?
I think so.
Against Maryland? I know this number's not available, and we do not crowdsource, but I wonder what the spread is on Illinois-Maryland. I'll say Maryland
by 2 or 3.
I would say that's probably 2 to 3, 2.5 range.
Missouri's a 9.5-point dog tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, that was think about
but there's the Mark Mitchell factor.
Totally, and I think that was the same spread when they played in Gainesville in early January. So. If you're a superstitious guy like me, it's not bad. Illinois, Maryland, that's the teams that you wanted to get the information.
Maryland,
on.
1.5.
Yeah, Maryland.
Nice read, Martin.
Loyola Chai is 1.5-point favorite with the Billikens.
Really?
So all dogs?
Wow.
No, I guess I'm losing that dog.
I might have to deploy some capital. I've already lost one bet this morning. I had Scotty Scheffler, no bogeys, and he bogeyed 14. That 14's an MF'er, man. That paid 7-1, so that didn't happen. But I bet the Billikens and I bet Missouri yesterday. I loved Illinois, but I didn't love the fact that I think they were 11.5-point favorites and they won by 12.
Yep. Yeah.
Did you see this? They're 1.5-point underdogs today.
Illinois is against Maryland, right? And Missouri's 9.5-point, and the Billikens are 1.5-point underdogs today.
All dogs.
All dogs.
Doggies?
Defense, doggies, defense.
Doug, I don't know what this text means. I love when subversives pretend to be entertained by Fresh Prince. It's a quintessential hallmark of the last century of America. Truly sickening stuff.
Horrible text. Blocking. Blocking.
That's from the anti-negative gaslighting, the Trolls Pretzel.
I did not name him that. There's no way. There's just no way.
You would have drawn the line.
I don't even know what the hell I just read.
No, I don't.
Subversive would mean seeking or intended to subvert an established system of institution. I don't know. As a kid, I would turn on Fresh Prince. It was on TBS in the mornings, and I would watch about 3 or 4 episodes, and I thought Carlton was the funniest human I've ever seen. So I don't know what to tell you.
Oh.
And
Alfonso Ribeiro shout out.
I thought the physical comedy was awesome, and I loved it. Sorry.
So he's kind of saying you're pandering as a white fella. I think is what
what that is?
I think
Seriously?
that's what he's saying. I love when subversive
Get a hobby.
pretend to be entertained by it's quintessential hallmark of the last century of America.
What's that? None of it means. It's word salad, and I say blocking.
It's truly sickening stuff.
We need to start blocking people, and this guy deserves it.
Would never block the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She, of course, won the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month in January, also kind of providing a traffic update. She says there is a rogue Sibian in the right lane at 40 eastbound in Hampton. Keep your eyes on the road and use the left lane. So, Doug, if you're driving eastbound on 40 right now and you're at Hampton, there's a rogue Sibian in the right lane, so keep it to the left.
Okay. That's good information to have. There's probably people listening to this show that are 40 eastbound right now. I would hope.
And they'll see that Sibian.
Yeah. And keep to the left or keep to the right, which is it?
To the left. Say to the
And
left.
I'd like to apologize to the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom because earlier I was questioning he, she, they, her, him, and I missed out on the opportunity because they did text in I'll come to the station right now, and I apologize for not taking them up on
that
it
would've been a great moment.
so we could figure out once and for all the gender of the self-made stay-at-home
I don't even know why it's in doubt. But
show track record.
Yeah, show track record certainly could be one thing. All right, Martin, you've got this onboarding I know coming up. Doug, the chairman, Jackson, and I will handle the 10 o'clock hour, which includes Robert. Unless you want to stick around for number 18.
Bob and I are pretty tight, but I think he doesn't like all my questions. I'll leave this to you guys. I'm actually going to meet with Drew, and we're going to do some.
we have to do those.
Doug and I got to do. We're still working on our expense forms. This is shocking, you guys from Florida.
Back in. I thought I was good.
We're from Jupiter. We're struggling with technology and stuff. But I do want to remind everybody that now is a good time to get that air conditioner tuned up. Be proactive. Call the folks. Get online and find them at designairservice.com. Take care of that air conditioning unit before it's running nonstop. Summer is just around the corner. Best thing to do is preventative maintenance. And you can do it with our friends at Design Air. They've been in St. Louis since 1904. They continue to be a St. Louis-based, family-owned business. Unfortunately, some businesses have a great name and then they sell off to an out-of-town company. Not Design Air, family-owned. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation, running the family business for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. Friend of the show, TMA's longest-running sponsor. They bring you that email of the day. Sometimes Buck Swope calls their headquarters, just starts complaining because he thinks they're responsible that he's not winning. It's not true. DesignairService.com. Set up your appointment online for all your HVAC needs year-round.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming your way in less than an hour. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin is heading out for onboarding. Robert Thomas is joining us next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne had to bolt. Chairman Kurt slides up to the dais. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, it is our pleasure to welcome Robert Thomas. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys.
It's great to be able to talk it over with you. Weird spot here because you guys played overall a good game. The team continues to be able to roll the four lines, put pressure on the opposition, but at this point in the season, to lose that game considering the race, I would imagine that leaves a disappointed sense in the room. How would you analyze last night in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I think we did a lot of good things. There's going to be games where you feel like you played well and you gave yourself a good chance to win, and you just don't win, whether it's mistakes or stuff that happened, and that's how it feels last night. So yeah, there's disappointment in the result, but we're continuing to play a good brand of hockey, and that brand of hockey allows us to feel confident we're going to win most nights.
Does a loss like that make it a long flight to Minnesota, or can you shake that off rather quickly and think about the next game?
Yeah, we got a huge game against Minnesota here today. That could kind of salvage it and make up for it, and that's the way we're looking at it. Every game is kind of really important, and you can't dwell on the past games and got to be ready for the next one.
Yeah, it's one of the things that, having been around and being in locker rooms, that I realized, and I guess I want to help kind of communicate it to those in the listening audience who obviously weren't as fortunate as we've been, Doug, to be able to do this, and of course, Robert, you being able to actually play it is part of it is, going into a season, at the start of October, barring being a part of like the 2002 Red Wings or something like that, you are going to lose, I don't know, at least 20 plus games. That's just the nature of what you do. When we're around baseball players, they're going to lose, even if they're part of a great team, they're going to lose 60 games. So that's the deal. So then psychologically, it's not because you don't care. It's just you have to be able to have a short memory. And then, as you just said, Doug asked you the question about last night, and you're like, yeah, but we have the opportunity in Minnesota. Is that a learned behavior, or is that just what comes naturally when you do this for a living and you play 82 games?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a learned behavior. If you, obviously everyone hates losing. Losing sucks. After a game you lose, you're obviously disappointed in the result, and you reflect on what you think you could do better. But waking up that next morning, you got to flush that. If you're carrying around, what happened in the past, especially previous games, then your attitude, whether it's practice or going into the next day, is not good, and that's not good for the team. So I think being able to bounce back off those and come in the next day refreshed, looking forward to the next opportunity is really important, and it allows you to kind of rebound off losses quicker.
And every game now seems hugely important as you battle for a playoff spot. Do you feel that when you take the ice? Do games feel a lot different now than they did a month or so ago?
Yeah, we all know what we're playing for. I think the exciting part is the way we're playing. The results we're having lately, and the process that we're taking part in is giving us a chance to win every night, and it feels good. And that's something where, kind of going back to the last question, even if you lose a game, a lot of things you did well, and you'd win most nights, and that allows you to kind of keep that momentum going, because momentum can go both ways really quickly, and when you have the momentum coming with you, you got to make sure you continue to feed it and continue to roll with it.
Robert Thomas, our guest here, he joins us every week on TMA 101 ESPN. All right, this is going to tie into both what you do for a living and then also one of your passions, which is the game of golf. Did you happen to see what happened with Rory McIlroy at the Players this week, Robert?
No, I haven't. I was actually going to start watching it started watching it today. So
Yeah, he's on a heater. He is the leader right now. He went out 5 under in the front 9 this morning, and he's at 10 under par. But in his practice round, a guy, he hits a ball in the water. This is his practice round. A guy yells, just like 2011 at the Masters, a younger guy. Rory walks over, says, hey, can I see your phone? Just takes his phone, walks off, because the guy was holding up a video, and he was going to post the video of how he was trolling Rory McIlroy. As it turns out, the guy who did it is an NCAA golfer for the University of Texas who had just won a tournament on Sunday, and so now he is getting quite a bit of trouble from his team and his coach for having done that. The reason I bring it up, first off, I know you love the game of golf. Secondly, you deal with trolls on social media, and I'm sure you have people yelling at you throughout the course of a game. How do you guys approach that? And is there kind of an understanding that it's in your best interest to not respond, or you may deal with some ramifications?
did you say he took his phone?
Yes, he did. He walked over and he took his phone and walked off, and then the guy was tossed, and people just thought it was a random dude, and then it turns out he had just won an NCAA tournament for the University of Texas as a golfer on Sunday.
That's kind of funny, actually.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some people, everyone handles it differently. You know, it doesn't bother me as much anymore. I'm used to it. You know, sometimes when your family hears it, it's kind of hurts a little bit just because they don't deal with it as much as you. So, but you know, it's not that big of a deal. You know, you're in the spotlight all the time, and good things happen, and people celebrate good things, and when bad things happen, the same happens. So, yeah, that's kind of funny. I don't know. What did he do with the phone?
What's that?
I'm kind of stuck. What did he do with the phone?
Well, it turns out the guy got kicked out, but he got his phone back. So I guess Rory saw that he was holding up the phone when he said it, so I guess he was planning on posting it to social media or whatever. And so when Rory heard it and saw him with the phone, that's why he went over and got the phone. Guy got kicked out. And again, everybody just thought it was just like a random, 21, 22-year-old golf fan, but then it turns out he must be pretty damn good. You play at Texas. That's where Spieth and Scheffler played. Plus, he just won a tournament. And so now the head coach at Texas is like, okay, we got a problem here. We got a guy who plays in the NCAA, and he's chirping Rory McIlroy in a practice round,
Yeah, I mean, there's probably worse chirps he could have said. I don't know. I don't know what happened actually at the Masters. So
yeah, you were probably like 10. But yeah, Rory McIlroy was leading by a pretty good amount in 2011, and then he just pulled one dead left to start the back nine, and he wound up imploding and getting a 7 on the hole, and he lost the tournament and he shot an 80 that day too, and so he still has never won the Masters, and I guess that's his sore spot.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're trying to chirp, he got him good.
Yeah, it worked if he walked over. You do know it worked.
You remember any of the chirps sent in your direction that stung a little bit?
Honestly, I can't remember them. Usually, honestly, you don't even really recognize them or hear them or acknowledge them. So it's kind of just in the background. But I can't remember any of them, to be honest.
Well, if you hear one in the future, you can ask for the phone. I guess that's fair game now.
That's the phone. Robert, best of luck this weekend. Certainly a big weekend, and you guys will have a chance to bounce back tomorrow night against Minnesota, and then back at home. A lot of home games left, Blues and Ducks on Sunday. We always appreciate the time, man. I know you got in late last night into Minnesota, so thanks for getting up and talking it over with us. We appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it.
Oh, look at that,
nice.
Jackson. That's a special shout-out. Look at you.
Robert. Always happy to help.
Yeah.
Robert Thomas. Thanks, Robert. That's Robert Thomas with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And I think properly thanking Jackson.
Yeah. Well, he gets all the plaudits now.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's
scholarship offers.
Yeah,
thank you.
They know where their bread's buttered.
Exactly right. Robert Thomas with us here on the program. Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond as well for podcast purposes. You can go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After. And you can download the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app and podcast anytime you would like. Schaefer Door is online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com. Doug has had him out to his house with garage door issues a couple different times. That's Jason Gossrau and Schaefer Door Company. Like many TMA advertisers, they set up a special phone number for our listeners, so you have quick access if you have a garage door issue. The address is schaeferdoor.com, and then the phone number that you can call or text at your leisure is 636-782-3608. That is the quickest response time you're going to get from Schaefer Door Company. They also service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update that's driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Local teams playing basketball today. SLU taking on Loyola at 1 p.m. Illinois facing off with Maryland at 5:30, and Missouri and Florida do battle at 6 p.m. You can also catch the Big East semis. That's Marquette taking on Rick Pitino and St. John's right here on 101 ESPN. That's going to tip off at 5:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at Wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson Burkett. The show is called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. And tell us if you think we're cute. We kind of feel randy going into the weekend.
We do? Okay, and we'll feel randier if we are confirmed to be cute?
That's right. I'm wearing my TMA hoodie. You can get yours, Doug, at tmstlshop.com. Working with that starter packs. He's a wonderful gentleman. And tmstlshop.com is where you can get it. Jeff Passan with this column this morning in the Post-Dispatch. 30 teams in MLB, Doug, and Jeff Passan has this for you. His season preview with his predictions as the opener for the Cardinals is 13 days away. All right?
Okay.
See if this gets you fired up
All right.
for what's to come here in the Mound City. Why the season hinges on Mason Wynn? Well, mainly because he's about the only player who is guaranteed to stay with the team for the season.
Oh, the only one?
Wynn, who turns 23 right before opening day, is St. Louis' shortstop of the present and future. And between a bat that emerged last year and a cannon of an arm he doesn't hesitate to show off, Wynn will be called upon to help carry the Cardinals through the limbo of a winter in which they were expected to move a number of players and instead did nothing. If everything breaks right, the Cardinals could find themselves in the playoff mix, but that's more an indictment of the National League Central than it is any sort of huzzah for St. Louis's roster. Do you like that?
I guess I don't mind it because it's true. Daddy wants Mason Wynn.
For Wynn, this year is more about taking a leap forward, being a top-tier shortstop than harboring any championship aspirations.
Harboring.
We had huzzah and harboring in a matter of a paragraph. Let's see. The best thing I heard all spring, left-hander Quinn Matthews is one of the smartest players in baseball. A Stanford grad who carved single A, high A, and double A last year before losing command and stumbling at triple A. The excitement over Matthews has not relented at all in camp this year, and whether it's by trading Sonny Gray, Eric Fetty, Miles Michaelis, or Steven Matz.
That's our rotation.
They're bound to find a rotation spot for him by season's end. Something you might not know. In the live ball era, the lowest win total over 3 seasons for the Cardinals came in 1954 to 1956 when they went 216 and 246. They almost certainly will avoid that ignominious. They're 154 and 170 over the past 2 seasons. But if things go awry, they'll need at least 71 wins to remain better than the 1976 to 1978 Cardinals, who were 224 and 262. So, Doug, playing against history this year.
Okay. I guess you could probably make the case that Wynn is the only one guaranteed to be here the whole year. I guess anyone else would be trade bait. There's some guys with no trade clauses. They would have to want to go.
Don't ask to be overpaid.
That helps. They play for the fans and not the money. That helps. That's a plus. So we don't have a lot of expensive players anymore. Well, we do have some, but they don't play like it.
They love the fans, not money.
That's a darn good thing.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
Well, let's hope. Gosh, we got
that might be my favorite drop ever. Because I have no idea what it means.
I hate to see this from Lisa because, Jackson, you describe her.
This is a gem.
She says, the St. Louis Cardinals, and then it goes into caps, are a disaster, a complete disaster, which will show up in attendance. That's from Lisa, and she is not looking forward to opening day in 13 days.
Well, you can look forward to it. Maybe they'll surprise us.
Good thing Wynn's hitting .056 this spring.
Well, there is
That's from
that.
the 314.
Yeah, there is that.
I think he's kind of just working on some things, though.
I guess.
Looking at
good
pieces
pitches.
of hitting.
He's tracking the ball well.
Well, boy, I sure hope this club can get it turned around in time for the start of the campaign.
Coach, how cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Yeah, everyone in the Wisconsin uniform, by definition, was a Wisconsin player.
That's what we have to look forward to. All right, we got that design, air, heating, and cooling email today in 25 minutes. There's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA, presented to you by Brian and Krupp on 101 ESPN.
Well, it's that time of year again when you got to start thinking about taking care of your lawn. You don't have to do it yourself. You can go with Green Envy. That's what I've done for a couple of years. They do fantastic work. Been in St. Louis for over a decade now. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our types of soil and weather conditions and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. With all the rain we usually get in the spring, weeds will explode when the temps warm up, so now is the time to get ahead of that. And there is no extra service charge for weed touch-up or reapplying weed control if it comes back. That's what Green Envy does for their customers. They deploy a special crabgrass preventer that we can't really name because it's a trade secret just for them, and that keeps weeds from taking over your yard. Their service professionals are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contracts. That's Green Envy. The phone number is 636-655-3689. The website, greenenvylawns.com.
On today's program, joined by Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, and Robert Thomas. And you're welcome to podcast anytime. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast. And you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up in about 20 minutes. Doug Jackson said you wanted to hear from Oumar Ballo?
Badly.
All right, Jackson, what do we got going on here? Who is this and why is he chirping?
He's a player for the Indiana Hoosiers.
They were beaten yesterday by Oregon.
Yes, and he kind of spoke about some of the messages he gets online, some of the criticism from fans, and what that does to him and his teammates.
Fans' impact let us down as a whole unit because we come here every single day. All we're trying to do is win for these people. But we lose 1 game, 2 games, the next thing you know, your DM is crazy. You don't like death wishes, like death threats and stuff like that. Like nobody want to live like that, you know? And I hope people they change stuff like that because this is not helping anybody. At the end of the day, we're human beings. We have feelings, you know?
Are you talking about IU fans, IU Nation?
I'm not talking about the true fans because I know they had our back, but the people who pretend to be fans and want nothing but the worst for the team, I'm talking about those people. If you're not cheering for us, just leave us alone because at some point you have life, you know, go take care of that and let us handle our worst.
Okay, yeah. Hard to disagree with what he says. I see he's from Mali.
Mali?
Oh, Mali's over there on Hampton in South City.
He's not a mall. He's from
Mali.
Mali, yeah.
Country in Africa.
Chick and Steve Malley had Malleys on Hampton, right? Right by St. Joan of Arc, just a little to the north. Good spot.
But sports fans are just nuts sometimes, just criminally crazy.
But I like what he said, like the fake fan thing. Like the people who don't actually, like aren't actually fans, but will be the first person to criticize from a burner, obviously, you know, in your DMs, talking like death threats. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And whether you mean it or not, you send that in a message online, that's horrible. That's horrible.
I'd like to think a lot of that is done by maybe teenagers who just don't know better.
It's time to learn better.
Yeah.
It's time to learn better. That's unacceptable.
You wouldn't think a grown adult with any kind of functioning brain cells would do that kind of thing. But you could see out of a 12 or 13-year-old kid who thinks it's cool to do that.
Yeah, I agree. But I think there's a lot of people who should and do know better who still do it.
Yeah,
it's gross.
That's true.
It never means that much. Missouri winning means the most to me in the world. You never think about doing something like that.
So you didn't DM Mark Mitchell complaining about him cutting his braids and that leading to his injury last night?
No, who knows what led to his injury. But yeah, I'm on board with, you're a grown man, cut your braids. He's like, I cut my mustache in solidarity.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You know, that's what I'm doing to help support my club.
You're doing your part.
You know.
Hey, guys, serious question here. I want to support the sponsors. Who is it you recommend for air conditioning service? Mine is shot, and I need a new one. Also, Doug, please wash your taint last night.
No, that's a different question. Who I would recommend is Design Air Heating and Cooling. I'm going to go right past the taint comment. I would go right to Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's the only name you need to know when it comes to having people work on your furnace or your air conditioning. But you're saying, well, I just would like someone that's been around town a little longer. Knock it off with that. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business, so you know they have got it together and have done great work for over a century now. And they're the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're never going to try to upsell you and try to give you something that you don't need. That's how they train their employees. They just fix what the problem is, not going to sell you a whole new unit if you don't need it. And they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. I'll give the website now.
Do it.
DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Rory McIlroy, despite the hazing from the Texas golfer on Wednesday, is on a heater at the Players. He is tied with Minwoo Lee at the top of the leaderboard. Both players at 11 under and both players at 6 under par so far on the tournament. Scotty Scheffler is lurking. He is 3 under today, 6 under for the tournament, 5 back, as is last week's runner-up, Colin Morikawa. And here comes Ricky. Doug, check this out. Okay, now Ricky.
Okay.
Ricky Fowler resurgence. He is 6 under par and 5 back of McIlroy and Min Woo Lee. Conditions must be pretty damn favorable this morning with the scores that are being posted. We're going to see somebody go probably somewhere around like 62 based on the pacing here.
Didn't you say Warren Spahn was among the leaders earlier?
J.J. Spahn,
Warren.
spelled differently, but nonetheless, Warren was his grandfather, so that's kind of a weird coincidence.
Well, that's nice. Warren Spahn won 363 games after he put in hard combat time in World War II for 3 years.
So he could have won 450.
Came back and won 363 games.
That's insane. That is insane.
Will we ever see that again?
Unlikely.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not another world war.
Well, I wasn't necessarily thinking about that so much as the wins. But if you would like to talk geopolitics, this is the show to do it. 314-974-0101. You can also email in and flirt with my co-host, Doug Vaughn. That's also the show. So it's kind of a weird delta that we will talk geopolitics, but we'll also have the audience flirt with us.
I'm counting Warren Spahn's 20-win seasons. That'll never happen against 7, 8, 9.
You think Cronkite ever got hit on while he was...
You kind of glossed over the flirting thing, too, that Tim said.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
He's just counting Warren Spahn seasons. Jackson, I'm going to break while Doug counts.
Yeah. 12 times he won 20 or more games. Nobody wins 20 anymore.
Email of the day is coming up at 10:50. This is TMA 101 Eastman. Michael's Flooring, family owned, locally owned for over 30 years. Online at igotfloored.com. If you are in the market for flooring, I'd like to recommend Michael's Flooring. He has passion for flooring. And when you order from him, he knows that you want to have the best experience for the best price. So what he has done is put this offer out there to carpet installers. If you're interested in working for Michael's, he's going to pay you $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in this industry. Come see while people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's 101 ESPN. Spring training report is the following. Cardinals are playing what are they calling that thing today, Doug? 11 o'clock, Quinn Matthews is starting. Like the Young Tykes game, I think.
Oh, is that what
the
they
little
call
Tykes,
it?
Little Tykes game. Got little Tyke stuff around the house for Gordy?
Yeah, some plastic things, yeah.
Yeah, they got the little Tykes game. Meanwhile, the Rays might not have a place to play.
Oh, no.
The owner announced yesterday on social media, just like any pro would, that, and this is how Tampa officials found out, that they are backing out of the $1.3 billion deal for a new stadium in St. Petersburg, leaving local officials voicing frustration, and MLB acknowledging the uncertainty of what comes next for the region and its baseball team. Rays owner Stu Sternberg announced the decision in a social media statement on Thursday morning before the commissioners were notified, and just weeks before a March 31st deadline to meet certain requirements that would have moved the deal forward. So this came as a surprise. Kathleen Peters, who is a Pinellas County commissioner, said, "I did not anticipate this. There was an expectation that the Rays were going to move forward. The Rays were going to be required to pay $700 million as part of the funding for the project, the other $600 million coming from the city and county. But that will not be happening now. The Rays are stuck playing in a spring training ballpark this season, and they do not have a set plan for a home venue or city beyond 2028, all amid growing fractures between Sternberg and the league and the city where his team resides." Doug, will the Rays remain in Florida?
Maybe not. This sounds like he's received a phone call or two from the Nashville folks saying maybe hold off on that billion-dollar stadium. You can build something like that here and have a town that will love you and support you in a big way.
The thing is, The Athletic reported last week that Rob Manfred and other owners were pressuring Sternberg to sell the team, and that he had a bunch of buyers interested. And the county commissioner is quoted as saying, "I think the best way to keep baseball in Tampa Bay is for Stu Sternberg to sell the Rays. This was probably one of the best stadium deals that an owner has ever received in professional sports, and it was not good enough for Stu Sternberg."
How do you think Oakland fans feel after hearing that the Major League Baseball might try to pressure this guy to sell the team after they let whatever his name was just run rampant through their town?
Now, the roof got blown off their current stadium during the hurricane, but it wasn't one of those. It wasn't a cement roof. It was like I don't know,
like
if
a circus
Teflon
top
or what it was. Yeah, doesn't it seem like maybe this day and age you could have repaired that in 6 months or so? Does that just seem impossible to do, to put another roof on that, a soft top roof on that stadium? That's not going to take 2 years to do that.
I would think
construction is your main business, right?
That's the thing, is like manual labor and blue collar work. Not for me, Doug. So
wow,
I would have just thought if you could put
Jackson just distanced himself from the hardworking Americans who listen to this show. I'm appalled.
It seems like you could have put a rush job on that and gotten something to make that stadium playable, even if it had no roof. It is Florida. Most stadiums don't have roofs. Just take the roof off.
Play with that tattered looking roof.
Take it off or put a new one on. I don't know why that takes 2 years.
So like a Gabe DeArmond post-game show, you're saying take that top off.
Yes.
Take your roof off.
As someone who lost 2 NFL teams, it's weird hearing Doug blame the fans, even though the stadium is awful and the team spends no money. That's from Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute.
Yeah, you have been blaming Rays fans the region over.
Well, the Rays have had some really good years, and no one pays attention to them down there.
Dickie Vitale does.
Jackie, your Ledoux is showing. That's from Longer Than Martin's onboarding.
Doug's the one who's like, hey, you work in stiffs, get down there and start cutting and pasting. I'm the one who's, trying to stick up for the everyman, Joe Sixpack.
This guy's been synonymous with the working man for years, Doug.
But if the Rays were to move, maybe Festus,
It's a hotbed of phone calls into this program at the very least. Hey, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next, this is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson, the Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues off today. Back in action tomorrow as they take on the Minnesota Wild. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN, and Doug, guess what it's time for?
Email of the day?
The Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Buck Swope with no wins so far this month. I feel like today's his day. I haven't read it yet, but my read is this guy's just too
Very
good.
well be.
Yeah. So the local hockey team whose athletic supporters you guys tongue wash every day at 8:15 lost, so you can fire up the bidets and spray your little tushies off because the season's over.
I don't like it.
And all three local basketball teams advance to their conference tourneys as the March Madness revs up. Yep, seems like the perfect time to shoehorn in a redneck from Jefferson County. And we're talking southern Jefferson County, not even northern Jefferson County. Let's have him clog up the airwaves with the ins and outs of the barge sciences and tales of breeding in his early 50s, full stop. Oh, look, the 90-year-old geriatric who has to have Jackson change his old man huggies before every Sports Center update and considers dipping a couple 3 saltines in salt water to be fine dining. Thinks that a song from literally the FDR administration is the best fit for a St. Louis anthem. Sad thing is there's no shortage of 3 p.m. dinner-eating bird watchers just like him from the silent generation excited to take the horse and buggy to the nearest picture house to see the newest talkie. Hard to believe this city is stuck in neutral. Fire Mo, fire Marmol, euthanize Vaughn, fire Tashara, make Tim mayor and appoint Jackson the head of St. Louis Doge, and let's put some preparation H on this godforsaken hemorrhoid. We may not be able to totally eliminate the swollen vein on the anus of Missouri, but we can at least reduce the inflammation and swelling a little bit and give it a cooling sensation. Doug, that's some Don't Think, Just Stink Who Took Wet Pig.
Wow.
God, I didn't like that.
Top to bottom, great email.
It's going to be tough for Swope today.
That's a low number.
So good.
It's a low number.
Okay.
What goes through a guy's mind that makes him call a sports show at 7 a.m. to casually chat about his kid's school calendar? Is there a rule or something in writing that says you guys legally have to put drunk barge workers on the air? At this point, the only option is to change the station's phone number. Realistically, you should probably just block the entire city of Festus because apparently the residents there don't have anything better to do than badger local radio hosts. Let's recap. Listening to Joe Buck tell funny stories. Good. Listening to a lonely old man laugh at his own jokes while rambling on about bike helmets. Bad. Very, very bad. I'd rather hear 4 consecutive hours of Martin crinkling candy wrappers directly into the microphone than one more call from that dude. Speaking of which, you think after 2 decades in radio, Kilcoyne would realize it's a bad idea to fiddle with tinfoil live on the air. It sounded like someone who was struggling to open a stubborn pack of baseball cards directly into the microphone. Even Plowsy had enough sense to open his Lunchable away from the mic, and he was high on the drugs. What's Martin's excuse? That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Good morning. It's a feel-good Friday, at least for now. The Starms are on the way later, and we all know a lot of people cycle on and cycle off throughout the program, and sometimes go back to podcast what they may have missed. Here's a list of topics broken down on the show to go back and listen to. Mount Rushmore of guys you went to cuck you. Bryant Gumbel's pallbearers. St. Louis's theme song. Draft of guys for cucking. Joey Vitale misses his ass being patted, but Jackson has his back. Turtling. Jackson has a big board of guys he wants to cuck him. Doug wears nipple tassels. Gabe DeArmond is accepting wife pics. How many Aunt Vivs were on Fresh Prince? Doug sends nudes on Snapchat. The dais is Randy and will become Randier if they're told they're cute. Doug likes to think that death threats come from children.
Yes. I do.
Settle in for a great day and weekend of sports, gents. Happy birthday to the Plowboy. Let's go, doggies, and good luck to St. Louis U against Loyola Chai. Have a good one. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Doug, I think this one might be from a girl.
Well, could be, I guess.
Things I have learned about TMA. The person filtering this email is an unpaid slave. We still can't afford to pay Martin for the full 4 hours. There's a public feud between publics and privates. Jackson doesn't know the difference between fiscal and physical. Cutie Doug is here for eye candy and ad reads, and Tim is the best at everything.
No.
Please put my $20 Venmo on a parlay for all the home team dogs. Have a great weekend, boys. That's from Brittany.
Oh, bikini model Brittany?
No, different. I think this might be real.
Okay, well, Brittany.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues' playoff hopes were already doomed without top defenseman Colton Parayko, but after losing to last place Pittsburgh, they're even more doomed, but we'll still keep talking like they have a chance as long as we have sponsored Blues segments.
Tough look in the mirror.
Tim will get a sweat for at least one more day on his long shot bet of the Billikens to win the A-10 tournament, thanks to some later oaks from Swope and Jimerson. Mizzou got off the schneid versus Mississippi State thanks to Libby Jack finally shaving off his trash stash. Libby Jack celebrated the win by snorting more Adderall so he could stay up all night watching two teams that are already projected in the dance. But I think the lead is that Stanley Tucci is one of the top 5 gentlemen that Libby Jack would like to be cucked by. All y'all him off the hook. I guess y'all let him off the hook too easily when Martin changed the topic of Jim Nance's burnt toast. But sure enough, Libby Jack later steered the show back into his old cuckold fantasies, revealing his list of men he'd like to be cucked by goes at least 10 deep and also includes Tiger Woods and Denzel Washington. Ours is the type of presentation where a drunk barge worker feels free to drop in at any time and give us a peek behind the curtain of what it's like being a 57-year-old teaching a 6-year-old how to ride a bike on an abbreviated spring break because Festus schools didn't bother to launder their excess snow days through the alternative method of instruction charade like they do in St. Louis County. That's where we pretend the kids are actually learning at home during snow days, but really it's about protecting the vacation plans of parents and teachers, and that comes from Buck Swope, and that's what we have. For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the only question left is what you got.
It's a good point by Buck right there at the end, so I'll vote for Buck Swope.
It hurt to be called the swollen vein on the anus of Missouri, but don't think just stink has my vote.
Oh. Agreed.
Don't think just stink. Who took wet pink has won. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and Doug, we've won because Callier and Thompson sponsors the phone line.
Well, you're going to win if you have them come and redo your house. If you haven't had a redo lately, Callier and Thompson can handle anything, whether that's a kitchen remodel or a master bathroom, or you want to have your basement redone and finished. Callier and Thompson can do it all. And the best thing about them is you can trust them. They've been around since the 1950s. You can trust their workers in your home. They will always be there to back up their work. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they are always available to you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than a job. It's the pride they take in the work that they produce for St. Louisans. Callier and Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. It's quality that will last without another remodel. Callier and Thompson gets the job done the right way the first time. They won't be the cheapest. They won't be the most expensive either. They're right there in the sweet spot where you get real quality from people that do it better than anyone in town. Callier and Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.